Back everyone, welcome back to something different, something special here. Welcome back to the GSL CK Champions Korea day number 1. I'm of course SIVIP. With you I'm joined by these amazing players and by everyone in the chat as well over on the Super platform. For those that are curious, for those that are wondering, we are here live of course on Soup. The VODs will be of course available elsewhere on other platforms, but this is a Soup exclusive event here, so welcome one and all to something different. Everyone's been waiting for GSL to return here in 2026, and we have GSL returning, but in a different form, in a different fashion. We have GSL coming back with a bit of a fun invitational team league format instead. Let's go. For those who maybe didn't hear the news and didn't see the announcement post, we have two team captains. We have two team captains here. We have Team Maru and we have Team herO. Both team captains will be drafting their teams. They're going to be drafting their teams, and then they're going to be facing off in a team league format, initially with a pro league format tournament. Pro league format is basically they initially reveal their lineup of players. Say like game 1 it's going to be say Classic versus Bunny or Solar versus Creator, for example. For game 2 they're all going to be listed, they're all going to be set up, and they're all going to be facing off against each other in that kind of overall greater best of 7, but in that 1v1 format. Best of 1s of course, bear that in mind. Meanwhile, all kill format is when the winner stays on until they get knocked out. So you say you field Classic, and if Classic beats Bunny, Classic stays on. Classic beats Solar, Classic stays on. Classic then can take down Creator or Nightmare until he gets knocked down, and then we have that back and forth. So two different formats, two different series. One will be Pro League, the other will be all kill. Oh boy. And potentially the ace match at the end, if we make it to the ace match. Basically, if Team Maru wins the Pro League format and Team Maru wins the all kill format, they win the series. But if Team Maru wins the Pro League and then herO wins the all kill, then we have an ace match at the very end. Oh boy, we'll have that ace match. But currently the teams are being drafted as we speak. So I do apologize for the delay here, but we do have our teams being drafted. For those that are curious of what players will be involved here tonight, well, we have of course herO and Maru that are on opposing teams, opposing factions if you will, and the players that can be drafted upon are Korean players. Here in the Korean scene, we have Solar, we have Classic, we have Cure, SOS, Zeon, ByuN, SHIN, Rogue, Bunny, Nightmare, and Creator. So we have a massive lineup here of players, and we're about to be drafted upon to be able to formulate and construct our teams and face off. It is going to be, I believe, a snake kind of drafting process. So first one player, then the other, then the other, then the other. Sorry, one team captain, then the other, then the other, then the other. So they'll take turns. I believe they'll take turns when it comes to picking their players and picking their rosters. And again, that is happening as we speak. Just catching up in the chat. Just catching up. Psychons in the chat. God, papi. I see Roxas in the chat as well. Kronos as well. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Annyeong haseyo, papi. Annyeong haseyo. Drafting on stage. Yes, yes. Oh, there you go. Maru has picked ByuN. herO, he's picked Classic and SHIN. Okay. Maru getting Solar. Are they, sorry, Kronos, are they being drafted on herO's stream? I know that they're on voice chat, and I believe that right, I believe herO is in call with them if I'm not mistaken. herO of course is casting in Korean. So I think herO is in voice with them all. Este Dongwon. Entry format, winners format, super ace match, yeah. Of course. They're drafting on herO stream with Discord. Okay. All good. But thank you, Kronos. Thank you for letting us know. Thank you for letting us know. I'll let Trigger know, actually. Don't worry. Sorry, just catching up. Just catching up. Thank you, Cyclones. Thank you. Maru drafted creator. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna open my notepad. Okay. So far we have herO. We have Maru. So herO, he went for classic and SHIN. Meanwhile, Maru, he went for ByuN first. Of course he did. Solar Cure. herO, he went Bunny, true. And Rogue. Okay. Maru drafted creator. Okay. So Maru has ByuN, Cure, Solar, Creator. Yep. And here he has Classic, SHIN, Bunny, and Rogue. So yeah, we got Zaun, sOs, and Nightmare that remain. For those that are curious, if you notice, there is an odd number of players. There's an odd number. So one team will have an extra player. And they'll be able to compensate for that. So one team will have one extra player. The other team will be able to randomly pick a player that plays twice as a result of that. They can't pick and choose and be like, oh, you know, Maru can play twice or herO can play twice. It's going to be random as to which player can have that second chance or that second showing, just to make up for that. As a heads up. herO plays 7 players, yeah. So one player will have 7, one team will have 7, the other team will have 6. But that team that has less players, they'll be able to have one player that plays a second time. Cool. So yeah, we're still kind of lying in wait as to okay, herO drafted Nightmare next. Okay, Nightmare over Zaun. That's a bold move, not gonna lie. I would rate Zaun above Nightmare. So interesting choice out of herO. Very interesting. Going for Nightmare. It's yo, the drama. He didn't pick sOs. True. They've got history, papi. They got history. True. All comes down to IEM. Always. That means it's on Maru. It's on Maru to pick his next player. And I feel like, especially because, you know, they're on the same team, it would make sense for Maru to pick Zaun. It'd be kind of weird if he didn't. Be kind of weird. You know, they're both Vitality boys. Oh, and they're being split off into their own respective Discord groups. Okay. Maru drafted an sOs, so Zaun will be on Team herO. Okay. There you go. Alright, we got our final teams. We have a final team. So Team herO is going to be consisting of Classic, SHIN, Bunny, Rogue, Nightmare, and Zaun. Oh boy, that's a very Protoss dense group team is what I will say. With Classic, Nightmare, and Zaun as 3 Protosses. We got 2 Zergs in SHIN and Rogue, and 1 Terran and Bunny. Only 1 Terran. Meanwhile, Maru very Terran dense, with both ByuN and Cure. He does have a Creator and sOs as Protoss, 1 Zerg and Solar, and again, they're picking 1 player to play twice, and it's going to be Cure. Oh, there you go. Cure plays twice. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, so Cure, he does place twice. So we have our confirmed teams. But now that we have our confirmed teams, now it is time to draft our players. When it comes to the Pro League format, it's time to set our players. Who plays first, second, third, and fourth? We have to now start fielding our players, lining them up against each other. I believe it's going to be blind fielding. So basically, the team captains are going to be picking their lineups, picking who gets sent out on one map in what game. They'll be sending that to the admin, and then the admin will be able to reveal that to the public. I believe that's going to be the process here. So no one has the advantage of knowing who goes up against who ahead of time, and who's going to be fielded where. But coming into our next format here, or sorry, coming into the Pro League format, now it's going to be up to our teams to kind of allocate their players. Allocate our players. 3 Terrans versus 4 Protoss. True, true. First round map at 10,000 feet, Old Republic, Mothership, Winter Madness, Title Citadel, Celestial Enclave, and Tourmaline. Let's go. So we have our maps, and then the teams are going to be picking who, and they're going to be deciding amongst themselves. I can let you know that right now each team are in voice chat together. So all of Team Hero, they're all in voice together. All of Team Maru, they're all in voice together right now, and they're all deciding amongst themselves who plays on what map. Oh, and it looks like we have our players. Okay, okay. Looks like we have our players here. Un momento. Unfortunately, because I'm in the Discord server, it's all in Korean, so I cannot translate. I can I'm making entry. Yes, yes. Hold on. Where's my Google Lens? Okay. So we have our map order. Title Celestial Tourmaline. Yep. Title Citadel. Celestial Enclave. Tourmaline. Beautiful. We need CranKy license Korean classes. It's hey, we got Kronos for that. Okay, we got a real Korean for that. True, true. And we have our first set of players. Okay, let's go. We have our first set of players. Very quickly here, Ben, we can switch our scenes over and catch up, and maybe this will help a little bit when it comes to visualizing the overall lineup here. Let's go, let's go. We have our best of 7 beginning here, and again, game 1 is going to be on 10,000 feet. This might be a little bit better. We'll see what it looks like visually. Hold on, styles. What if this is better? There you go. So you can see the name of the map there just under on the right hand side. 10,000 feet, Old Republic, Mothership, alongside Winter Madness, Title Citadel, Celestial, and Tourmaline. We have our current 7 maps ahead of us here. Whether we play on all 7, yet to be determined, of course. And we are about to find out. We're about to find out our first set of players. Team captains are still deciding. Are still deciding. TBD, of course, TBD. My favorites in this, but the journey is the key. It's one of those things where, I mean, it's gonna be a wild one here, of course. Like both Maru and herO, they're both amazing players in their own rights. They have got, you know, the best players in Korea facing off against each other here as well, and it's hard to really call anything right now, just because of the Pro League format. Remember, these are all best of ones. These are all going to be best of ones, and there are some players that have better matchups than others when it comes to, you know, ZVZ or TVZ or TVP as well. This is where mind games come into play, and you can try to snipe your opponents and try to assume that one player is going to be fielded somewhere, and then you try to counter pick and try to snipe a player as well. Like there's a lot of mind games that can come into play here. That was the best thing about Pro League format, of course, is trying to kind of set that up. In Pro League, there used to be some players that were like PvP snipers or ZVZ snipers, some specialists that you would try to field on a certain map to try to catch a player and take down an otherwise perceived greater player with a lower player who has maybe like a more specialized build or a better matchup specifically. I remember like Hush for CJ, since he was a PvP sniper. I remember like GumiHo, he was like a TVT sniper. Like you did have like these players that were renowned for like a certain matchup, and you can try to make sure they got that matchup. There was kind of a lot that came into it in Pro League back in the day. Feels Hush, man. Korean classes, yes. But we do just need a moment. We do just need a moment here, as it looks like the players are still deliberating. I think the teams are going to be constructing their entire like team as we speak. Like they're going to be revealing everything at once. I think that's going to be the plan. We'll see. Doing so much. Thank you as well. Thank you so much for helping us out. Thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. We'd be lost without you, Cronus. Be lost without you. Thank you. Thank you. Este Cronus. They're just confirming teams, confirming rosters, and we'll soon have our lineups. We'll get there, but we'll get there. Also, I guess I should mention this as well. If you wanted to watch the POV of some of these players, I don't think all of them, but I think most of them are streaming on their personal soup channels. That's also like a bit of a cross promotion here. But a lot of the players like SHIN, like herO, Creator, like a lot of these guys are streaming on soup as well. They have their own personal channels. So you can hear the conversations that are currently being had through those channels, through those specific channels, and you can also, of course, watch their POV. So I think most, if not all of them, are streaming. All on soup, of course, all on soup. They're all souping it up. Oh, as we have our first player joining the ring here. Okay. We have our first player. SHIN, he's going to be stepping into the ring. SHIN for Team herO. I also just realized here, he's got a couple of his CJ boys. He's got SHIN and Bunny. SHIN and Bunny, they're on Team herO. Yeah, he got all his CJ boys. Let's go. So SHIN is going to be the starting player. Oh. For Team herO. No, wait, sorry. Hold on, we're still deciding. Wait, hold on. I misspoke. SHIN joined the lobby, then he left. Never mind. Este SHIN. They're still deciding. They're still deciding. It's all still coming together. Just checked. It looks like nearly everyone who's playing is streaming. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I think the majority, if not all, of the players that are streaming, sorry, that are playing are streaming. I think that's like a prerequisite, maybe. But yeah, they're all streaming. And it looks like ByuN is letting us know that he's about to reveal the final lineups. Okay, okay. Again, shout out to ByuN Dongwon himself. He is, of course, the official Korean caster for the event. Let's go. Esther ByuN. Yeah, it's cool that they're all streaming on Soup. Does this mean that we might get some more Soup streams from them as well? Maybe. They might get hooked. They might start streaming more regularly. That is the hope. That is the hope. I know that ByuN, of course, has been streaming on Soup for quite some time now. We have streamed here on this platform in the past. If you look at our channel, if you look at our VODs, we were casting the Africa Champions Cup. That was back when Soup was Africa. That was back in like 2023, like a couple of years ago. So there are VODs on this channel from our time casting some Africa events. But otherwise, we're usually live on other platforms. But yeah, big shout out to Soup, of course. Big shout out to Soup for hosting, for running the event, for bringing GSL back, and in a fun way as well, right? It's like in a format that I don't think we really expected to see again, right? It's like so many people have been yearning for a Pro League-esque event, and WTL kind of filled those shoes a little bit, but they have their own unique format, of course. They have their own unique format. Having like proper Pro League 1v1 again, at least in some form and some iteration, I appreciate it. I do appreciate it, of course. Still, it's online or quite an offline event, but a nice little holdover here to kind of keep us satiated as we're kind of in the off season, kind of getting back into the swing of things with all these big events starting up, with like Star Zagora happening in Bulgaria. We just finished all these big Chinese events as well. A lot of these players are in form as a result of that. True. A lot of them are in form. herO's been winning everything. Maru's been excelling as well. I mean, there's a reason why they're the two team captains. I think everyone would agree that herO and Maru are the best players in Korea right now. 100%. They are the best. So we couldn't have them on the same team. Couldn't have them. Be too one-sided, man. And again, we're still just waiting here for ByuN to announce. Just waiting for the announcement. Esther ByuN. Local format only decides first map, and then next map will be picked by losers. Yes. That'll be for the next set. I believe we're beginning with Pro League, and I believe after this will be the all kill format. I should also mention that this is a 2-day event. This is day 1, and next week will be live with day 2. So 2 days of the event. I believe we will still be hosting the all kill format today as well, but I think we might be redrafting next week. I'm not entirely certain if we're going to be keeping the teams the same or redrafting redrafting next week? We'll find out, I guess. We'll I can't say with certainty how next week's event is going to unfold and whether we redraft or not. But it is a 2-day or a 2-week event. Here we merely only have day 1. Oh, revealed. Oh, let's go. We have a reveal. Cure versus herO. Okay, Cure, he does step into the ring here for Team Maru. Cure is going to be the starting player. Actually, you know what? I can do it here. This might be a little bit better. Revealed. We have a Cure versus herO. I think coming up first. Followed by Solar versus Classic. Bam. Solar. Classic. ByuN versus SHIN. SOS versus ByuN. ByuN versus SHIN. SOS. Going up against ByuN. Creator versus Bunny. Maru versus Rogue. I'll be discussing each matchup once I type them all in, just in case. Okay, and then we have our revive match at the very end. So here we go. We have our finalized lineups here. From the top, Cure versus herO. Already a spicy matchup to begin with. Cure, you can argue he has some of the best TVP in the world. It's definitely up there. And Cure, he's one of the few Terran players that can make herO bleed, especially in a best of 1. So even though herO, he's coming out as the captain, right? He's coming out to lead his team, to lead the charge. Cure is one that can stop him. So bold move for Team herO to field herO first, and we'll see if Cure can stop him. Then we do have Classic. I would say that Classic, I mean, if you remember, he was the #1 pick from herO. herO did pick Classic as his first player, his right hand, if you will. So we have Classic coming out next on the Republic, go up against Solar. Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one here. Classic has some killer PvZ, and Solar has expressed his dismay in the matchup, but he has had success in recent times. Right, over the past couple of weeks, the past couple of months, I should emphasize, Solar has been hyper aggressive and having a lot of success in the Zerg versus Protoss matchup. If Solar can end the game early, then he can excel, but can he end the game early on the Old Republic? Oh, that right. It's a larger map, a longer rush distance by ground. It's a little bit more of a defensive map, so it's going to be difficult for Soul to achieve that compared to like on Tourmaline or compared to some of these other smaller maps. Scrolling down, we have Mothership next, the 3-player small map where we have ByuN versus SHIN. Interesting. SHIN, I feel like, is known for aggressive play. I'm curious to see and curious to hear the rationale behind SHIN on Mothership. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like SHIN thrives on smaller maps, on aggressive maps. So that's going to be an interesting one. I'm going to be favoring and leaning towards ByuN there. We have SOS versus ByuN. The PvP on Winter Madness. Let's go. That's going to be pure chaos, I would imagine. We have Creator versus Bunny on Title Citadel. That's going to be another interesting one. There's a lot of unique features and aspects of Title Citadel. We have Maru versus Rogue on Celestial Enclave, known for a longer macro game. Celestial is the most defensive macro map out there. And then to end the best of 7, to end the Pro League format, we have Cure versus Nightmare on Tourmaline. Again, one of the more aggressive maps. So here we go. We have our first best of 1 of the broadcast. We have the first matchup here of the GSL CK Day 1, spawning in the top left hand corner of 10,000 feet. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing not just Team Liquid, but representing Team Maru. It is a Cure. He's repping his boy. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the team captain himself, Pappy. Usually he represents SKT. I should say T1. He usually represents T1, but here he represents himself, representing Team herO. It is herO. Oh, captain, my captain. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But we do have our first best of 1, and as a reminder, this is a best of 1. Pro League format, I mean, I say Pro League format, typically for Pro League, you have a couple of days notice ahead of time as to who your opponent is to prepare. Technically, the more time that passes, the more time the other players have to think about their match and to prepare for their series. True, like every second, every minute does count, because Classic, he can prepare, he can prepare for Solar, SOS can prepare for Zound. They do have some precious time here to get ready for their upcoming game and their upcoming match. Meanwhile, Kieran herO, no time at all. And that might be another factor, right? Like herO, he's the kind of player that thrives on thinking on his feet, right? I think we can all agree with that. Like herO, he's a very chaotic, a very dynamic player. He thinks on the fly. It's very apparent that sometimes he doesn't necessarily think some things through, and he just, you know, he's all about vibes, right? He's all about vibes, and being the first player out, you know, he can thrive, he can excel in that kind of environment. We'll see how Kieran is able to handle the more chaotic nature of herO. We go for an economic opener, racks expand into a very fast second racks, and this could be the beginning of a 3-rack stim timing. Oh boy. So we do have a hyper aggression out of Kieran. He's very fond of 3-rack stim. Again, this was a build that was popularized many years ago, back during the site Delta map pool of 2022-2021-ish era of StarCraft. Yep, and as we said, there it is, the 3rd rack. So this is going to be a very strong stim timing, building up mass bio, mass marine, hitting with stim with combat shields. This does hit very hard, especially if herO doesn't scout. It's going to be on herO, right? The pressure's on herO to scout, to confirm what's going on, to get across the map, to recognize what's happening, and to slow this down. Now, what is the weakness of this build? One, the factory, right? The factory is very delayed. That means there's no tank production, there's no kind of backbone to the army, no supportive units here. I believe typically 3-racks is hit pre-medevacs without any support, and that means that every stim counts, right? Because there are no medevacs, because there's nothing to heal up your army. If you're forced to stim early, then that's a big blow to your main army, like, health pool. So ideally, if herO confirms what's happening, he wants to engage ahead of time with his big stalkers, poke away at the marines, and force a stim early. Force a stim early, blink away, blink the hell out of there, and slow the push down before it gets across the map. Meanwhile, herO is going to be opening up standard, going to be opening up with Twilight Council into blink. 3 gateway is going to be on the way, 3-gate blink, and here comes that hallucination, crucial here to scout across the map. Meanwhile, shout out to the main event, GSL CK, but also to the main sponsor as well, Intel. Intel is, of course, the main sponsor of the tournament, helping to bring this event to the forefront, of course. Great to see. Hallucination comes in and he sees everything. herO, he gets fully into the main base, confirms all 3 racks. He confirms there's no 3rd TC, there's no other form of tech, and it's purely mass bio and stim and combat shields. herO, he sees all, he knows all. So here he's fully aware what's coming his way. He should be playing safe. He already throws down his robo, so that's going to be a robo before expansion. So again, 3 gateways and a robo. This means that herO, he can, again, preemptively warp in units, get ready with force fields, warp in immortals as well, and get ready defensively with shield batteries. He has the wherewithal to set up defensively. Meanwhile, Cure has to make a decision here. He has to decide, do we still commit as hard as possible? Do we get ready for the transition? There it is, factory has been thrown down. Cure is working on that next step, but this first push still needs to get damage done. How many in total? 16 Marines, we have 4 Marauders. Again, this is a hefty army here for Cure. As I mentioned before, herO ideally wants to slow this down. Blink is finishing up in 6 seconds. But the rush distance by ground here is so short. It's true. We didn't even get to mention that, but 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet has a is the shortest rush distance map in the map pool. Very short rush distance. I'm sure that's part of the reasoning as to why Cure went for this build. He's now pushing up the ramp, and herO, he's here, but the ramp is so wide. So many force fields are going to have to be used. Does kite back. There's the first 2. Battery goes down. Battery goes down. herO has to pull away. Nice blink control. Probes are getting picked up. Getting 3, getting up to 4, 5 probe kills. Yeah, takes down 5 workers, and here he's bullied back to his own natural, losing another probe. There's the stim. Yeah, stim gets spent. A nice blink control. I believe here he has lost 0. 0 stalkers went down. Very nice control. The immortal arrives, and herO holds. Here he holds on. He saves the expansion, but it does cost him 6 probes. 6 probes, a shield battery, a pylon. Cure got some damage done, but what's important about what just happened here? Cure, he preserved the army. He just came back home, and hey, what did he lose? He lost 6 Marines. He saved all the Marauders. He saved all the Marauders. He saved 10 Marines as well. And he can preserve this for a later timing. So it wasn't a bad start for herO. Ideally, he would have killed the base and killed herO, but herO, you know, his blink control was on point, a really nice use of the force fields, really nice use of the choke point as well. Again, it would have been a mistake to try to force field the ramp because the ramp on this map is so wide, so he actually pulled back to his choke point here at the natural, pulled back to the shield battery, and made use of that SimCity instead. So really smart moves out of herO, but herO now has a reinforced army. He stims in. Yeah, does him in, shows some force fields. Guardian Shield gets activated, the initial immortal goes down, the battery's not done in time. Battery just now finishing up, but overall a better trade for herO. He snipes the immortal. Oh no, the surround! We jab the surround. Here he attempts to flank. And here can he hunt down those marauders, gets out the 2 marines. Yeah, 1, 2 marines get picked up. Ooh, herO overextends, and here he gets caught out. He gets caught out here, bleeding out stalkers, losing the immortal as well. Yeah, the immortal cannot get away, doesn't escape. Heavy losses here for herO. That wasn't worth it, losing everything. He still has a couple of stalkers remaining, but those are expensive trades here for herO. Still trying to keep up. Oh, doesn't quite get them in the back. Yeah, Observer gets caught. herO does pull away. And herO, he is building up. 3rd TCs already in production. We have our eBay, we have +1. Viking production underway. At the same time, herO also switching to Colossus. And here he's not slowing down. Here he may have lost some key units here, but he's still keeping up the pressure. Posturing here at the natural, drop into the main base. SCV's going to be going down, going for the warp in, and herO's distracted. Yeah, herO, he's distracted. Baits out the mine shots, nice bait out of herO. Blinks away. 4 SCV kills, denied mining, and no major critical damage. But the prism doesn't get away. No, it does not get away. But that's still going to be 5 SCVs. The gas geyser as well. The assimilator going for add-ons. It doesn't. Oh, actually, will get the tech lab. Okay, stuck with A move. Yeah, the arm will stuck with A move. Tech lab goes down. Nice weak out of herO, and herO does get away. He blinks away, getting his 4th base. Colossus production has begun. Again, very kind of high-paced game here at herO and herO as well. Backing off, rotating, pivoting around, still poking back in. But finally, things slow down. Whew, okay, things do slow down. herO, he establishes his 3rd base. herO getting his own 4th up and running. We're building up our economies. herO, his own worker count is looking decent. And likewise, he's getting into his Colossus as well. Already up to 2 Colossi. Meanwhile, it's going to be up to herO to turtle up and to build up and perfect his army. He's getting a 2nd starport. 2nd starport, Mass Viking. Academy's on the way for Ghost production as well. herO, he is building up. Backing off, we're building up. And the game does slow down. From here, herO, he should just stay at home and just turtle until he maxes out, builds up his Vikings, builds up his Ghosts. He can be active with drops. As you can see here, we have a couple of medevacs peeling off to be somewhat active on the map, but it's going to be up to herO to mass expand, right? To mass expand and to contain herO here on 10,000 feet. Now that the 3rd base has gotten up and running, it is quite easy to secure yourself on 4 bases, specifically this 4th base here. As you can see, the natural 3rd and 4th are all very centralized. They're all here on the same screen, actually. So rotating and defending back and forth here is a little bit easier compared to other maps. It's all very centralized, specifically the 4th and the 3rd. So it is difficult to break a turtling 4-base player. And herO, he should establish a 4th as a result. Because of that, it's going to be on herO not to deny and delay the 4th base, but to deny and delay the 5th expansion, typically. We're going to be here for the long haul. At least that's the assumption. That's kind of the trajectory here of a lot of these TVPs, especially on 10,000 feet. If you don't end it early, you end it late. I say that, but herO actually is being active. Okay. herO's being active. He's got 4 ghosts of the main army. He's got some EMPs. Speaking of, EMP goes off, grazing the stalkers. No major connection. Nothing major. Prism gets in. Does step by. Yeah, here he gets into the main base. He punishes the move out. herO racing back home, peeling off some of his forces. Here is moving in. Yeah, he does push forward, getting within range of the mineral line. Does overextend though. The boys are being pulled. He's going to get all the SCVs. Oh my god. Every SCV goes down. 33 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. The economy just crumbles. A Zelta popping off in the main base. 33 workers. That is insane. Oh god. I'm dying. That is insane damage being dealt, and herO backs up and Cure is crippled. I just spoke about how it's relatively easy to defend on 4 bases, but the main base was exposed, and in Cure he was forced to split up his army. He even pulled the boys into the Colossus, and they just melted. They melted. Now Cure is all in. Cure is all in. He has no economy. He has no follow-up. He has to commit across the map. He has to go for it. Okay, what do we have? We have 7 Vikings. 7 Vikings, 7 Ghosts. The Terran army here is looking terrifying, actually. Nice EPs. Yeah, nice EPs. Nice concave. Terran army is breaking through the Zealots, getting into the Colossus. 1 Colossus is going to go down. Up, barely 1. No shot. 2 HP. The 2 HP Colossus. Sneeze on him. He lives. Somehow, some way. The Colossus barely survives. And with that here, he's stabilizing. That was it. Like that was Cure's moment. Remember, Cure is on 40. Sorry, he's on 38 SCVs, under 40. Under 40 workers. Mules are good, true. Don't get me wrong. Mules are good, but are they that good? Not enough to make up for this kind of deficit. Now, what I will say is that thankfully herO has yet to expand. herO, no, sorry, my apologies. He has a 5th. No, he's fine. I was gonna say he doesn't have a 5th base, so he's mining inefficiently. But no, he's got a 5th base fully operational. He's up 2 bases compared to the Terran. herO's already remaxed. Now with disruptors, purification novas have arrived. Show us those novas. And now that there are disruptors, now the Vikings and Ghosts are less effective. Ghosts are ideal against High Templar because EMPs do strip away their shields, strip away the energy. Likewise, Vikings, they do a great job hunting down Colossus, but against Disruptors, it's a little bit more difficult. They're a powerful zoning tool. herO moves in. First Nova goes off into the mineral line. Doesn't quite connect. Yeah, workers that were naturally split. There was naturally just this gap. Prison back into the main. This time Cure's ready. Fool me once. Never fool me again, pappy. True. You know where Davis gets sent out? Oof. 1 never does connect. 1 never connects. Zelarame does hit the 4th. No planetary. And Warpins continue. That's a proxy set up. Now we're up to 3 Novas. Nova does. Ooh. Graze the army. Catching out a Ghost. Catching out a Ghost. Army does collapse in. Nice EPs. Better concave here for herO, but the Nova does go off. Does connect with the Ghost. Here he has to back up. And he has to pull away. Again, pushing into the concave. Nova does connect. But he has to get out of here. Yeah, such a massive, terrifying Terran army here. Collapsing on the Colossus. At the same time, Zelarame is getting out of hand. More SCVs are going down. The workers, not again. And Cure commits. He commits in, and Cure, he will dominate this fight. Catching all the Colossus, the Disruptors. Cure, he's got to keep going. Again, he is all in. He lost another 23 SCVs. He's down to 24 workers. Again, he's down to a 1 base economy. He's down to 1 base. He needs to end it. The Zealots, they just keep coming. That also means no defensive warpins. Oh. Yeah, no defensive warpins are warped in across the map instead. Here we go. Warping in 13 Stalkers, 3 Colossus at a time. The boys are being pulled. And we come in for this round. 1 Colossus gets caught. But here he's done it. Here he has done it. He will overwhelm the army. Vikings forced to lift. There's barely anything on the ground. And here he survives. He defends. And the soup is lying to you. Not the platform, but the supply. The supply is lying to you here. As a Cure, he has an equivalent almost army supply. But what about the economy? herO can afford to reinforce. Cure cannot. Cure, he is broke. He is broke. He's muling as hard as he can. The longer this goes on, the better it is for herO. Cure's on the timer. We gotta go. We gotta send it. As Cure does them in. Sends forward, getting in trouble with the Nexus. As Cure does kite back. Again, respecting the army. But he doesn't really have much left in here. There's like, there's just not much behind this Pappy. He's still muling though. See, this is where we're like, hold on. Are mules actually that good? Are we? No, but they're running out. Yeah, the problem here is that mules, of course, they are finite. I mean, as long as there is energy, I guess we can keep muling, but the mules are running out. And here is pushing in. Here is pushing in. Never goes off. So far, grazing the army, no major connections yet. Nice splits here by herO. Oh. And nice splits. We can see herO making 3 disruptors at a time. More Novas going off. Better connection. Catching out the Marines. Cranky Nova. Do we connect? Never goes off. Oh my god, massive connection. Yeah, Vikings a little bit too late to lift. Too late to lift, Pappy. As Zelthay broken through the mineral line, now pushing to the natural. GG gets called as Kira's out of steam, and herO takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played, herO. The team captain here for his own team does take a lead for himself, for his team, for his people. GG, well played. They do start things off with a point on the board, but alas, that was merely only game 1, and it's going to be up to the rest of Team Maru to try to keep up here and try to make up, recover, and even excel. Let's go. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, we did see some hyper aggression out of both players. If you recall, winding it back, Kira did begin the game by, of course, opening up 3-rack stim, and he was quite successful. He was able to kill 6 probes, a shield battery, a pylon. Then we saw the counterattack at herO, and it was, again, as we were mentioning, very high octane, a lot of back and forth between the two players. The game did slow down when Kira got his 3rd up and running, and then herO backed off and took his 4th, and things were evening up. We were both building up into a longer game, but there was one critical moment where herO took a massive lead. That is when he got his prism into the main base. There were 2 moments. The prism got into the main, got a lot of economic damage while he was pushing in towards the center, and then of course we had that moment where Kira pulled the boys and he lost 33 SCVs. He lost 33 SCVs defending against herO's push, and Kira never recovered economically. After losing all those SCVs, he never did quite recover. GG. GG, well played. And with that, let's catch up on the bracket here. Let's catch up on our lineup. Un momento. I also did want to screenshot this so I can maybe send that to Old Mate Trigger. There we go. There we go. GG, well played. With that, herO, he does take the first game here. He does start things off with a lead in the series. Oh. As we are very quickly setting up here for game number 2. Again, it is going to be Solar versus Classic. Oh boy. Solar versus Classic on the Old Republic. And you can see the rest of the best of ones ahead of us as well. You can see them all. Here we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to double check here. If I'm not mistaken, I think all games are played even if the series goes in one direction. For the Pro League formats, I'll have to double check. We'll have to double check here. But again, you know, here he does take a lead here for his team. Does lead his team. Catching up. Intel still for gamers. True, true. Yeah. Is that getting ready? Best 7? No, yeah, it's a best of 7. Just we're just making sure whether or not all games will be played or not, regardless of scoreline. But I guess I think it is just going to be that best of 7 instead. And the pressure's now on Solar, right? The pressure's on Solar. The pressure's on Team Maru here to recover and bounce back. I also just realized that Maru did place himself towards the end. He's like, yo, I don't want to play. I'm good. I'll be there. I'll be there when you need me most. Okay, like the team's gotta make it that far to be able to allow for Maru to compete. So we'll see if we can get there. We shall see. As again, Solo versus Classic is going to be our next matchup here. And again, I was getting into this earlier, but the Old Republic is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Does have an open fourth and does have a relatively accessible third base. So because of that fact, we could see an aggressive build be quite successful from Solar. I mentioned before that Solar has been very aggressive and very all-in. In ZVP, he's been shying away a lot from the late game. So we're expecting some more aggression out of him here, right? We're expecting some kind of 3-base play and 3-base all-in. We'll see if he meets those expectations. Other options are Muta play, of course. True. Mutas are an available option here in ZVP nowadays, especially with the recent change to the Spire, with it being faster and more accessible, but we'll see what Solo goes for. As the players are ready and we're loading into game number 2. Let's go. And spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss, we have the blue Protoss. Representing his team, of course, representing herO. It is a Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, typically representing Team Falcons, but here he is representing Team Maru. It is Solar. Here for his boy, he's here for Team Maru. As a reminder, just to briefly explain the current scoreline here, this is a best of 1. This is a best of 1 here between Solar and Classic, but the reason why Classic has 1 point is because Team herO has 1 point. So his Team herO, they do have 1 point available to them. And of course, best of 7 is first to 4. But here we go. Here we go. Classic does move out with his probe scouts. And meanwhile, it's going to be a hatch gas pool. Standard open out of Solar, nothing crazy, nothing too wild. Solar getting his own natural on location. But the real question is the tech, right? Classic, does he open up Stargate? Solar, does he go for a Evo Chamber or a Roach Warren or a faster lair? You know, coming in towards 4 minutes 30, will be determining what kind of tech we get into coming into a longer game state. Until then, there's going to be a bit of a skill check, of course. Classic is going to be disrupting the mining in the early game. Adept should be moving out to harass. Oracle's going to be moving out to harass. It'll all be about Solar minimizing losses and trying to build up in towards that early to mid game. And we'll see if Solar can get there unscathed. We'll see if we can build up. Not all games played. Yeah, okay. Not all games played. Just confirming. Oh. So now we do have our Stargate opener out of Classic. Everything's looking as it should be. Standard opener out of our Protoss player. Standard opener. And from here, we should be opening up Oracle. Now, technically, we could go for a Void Ray opener. The purpose of the Void Ray would be to hunt down Overlords, deny vision, and deny scouting, and to try to keep Solar in the dark and hide some tech. That may be an option here for Classic. We'll see. Otherwise, the first Adept does move out. Classic poking in. He does poke forward. Once again, just threatening the mineral line. Bearing in mind the 2 Adepts taking 1-shot drones. And Solar, he has to respect it. He has to respect the Adepts. He's busy back at home. Meanwhile, Classic, he expands, claiming his third base. Adepts, they should be making their way back home as well to defend said third to Ling run-bys. And we have the answer here to the question of whether we go Oracle or Void Ray. It is going to be Oracle. So Oracle first at a Classic standard opener. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice here just under 4 minutes. It's going to be the Evo Chamber. So Solar is going and setting up for +1 melee early Evo Chamber into Ling Hydra. Now, typically when you go for an Evo Chamber this quickly, the reason why we say it's going to be +1 melee is because we're investing into the chamber. We're not investing into a early Roach Warren or into a Bane Nest or into a fast lair. It is going to be +1 melee. Oh, Adepts, do commit to the shade. Yeah, he commits in, he gets one. 2 drones going down, not bad. Do we get 3? Not quite. Yeah, not quite here. Both Adepts will get picked off. This should trigger a counterattack. As both Adepts do fall, Oracles, they poke in, they get 1 more drone, 3 in total. And here comes Solar. Now there's nothing keeping the Lings back at home. Now that he knows the Adepts have been dealt with, he can move out across the map. Back at home, there is 1 Adept to defend, and there should be additional Oracles. Yeah, the Oracles, they race back to defend. Classic, he knows that the Lings are unaccounted for. And these Zerglings, they might even find some probes. Oh, gets 1. Gets 1 probe. Gets a 2nd probe as well. Nice damage here by Solar. And we have a back and forth. Classic killed 3 drones across the map. Solar kills 2 probes. So we have that back and forth. The Overlord does get into the main base. We do have a Forge and Twilight Council follow-up. Standard follow-up here out of Classic. Going into +1 and Blink. Into the mid-game. Everything's looking normal. Everything's looking as it should. Oof. A lot of Lings do get caught out though. Some heavy losses here for Solar. Back at home, there's that melee upgrade that we spoke about, as to be expected. What isn't to be expected, though, is the Bailey Nest. It's very common to see players skip their Bailey Nest and go straight Ling Hydra, but here we have the Nest to go into Ling Bane Hydra. I say that the Bailey Nest also keeps us safe. If, for example, Glaive Depths are coming or Charge was coming, Solo would be ready for that. So it's a bit of a safe approach here. Ooh, as the Queen gets picked up. Oh my god. A bit of miscontrol there by Classic. He pulled away too soon. The Queen barely survives. That's still gonna be 5 dead drones though. Oh, still 5 dead workers. Queen did get away. And again, Solar, he's building up into that Ling Bane Hydra setup. He's getting there. As Solar's taking, we do have a Classic building up into Storm. 1 Stalker gets caught out. Nice around. Nice catch out of Solar. Picking up a Stalker. Oracles are still being active, looking for more damage. And looking for more. Gets a Revelation off. I believe the Hydrogen is here at the Naturals, so Classic is yet to really confirm what's going on. Technically, it could be a Ling Bane into Muta. Like, there could be a Spire on the way, but it's quite rare to go Mutas after Lings in this matchup. It's usually with, like, a Roach opener. And Hydras are revealed. Yeah, Classic is fully aware as the Oracle gets picked up. Gets sniped out of the sky. Solar getting a 5th base, sorry, getting a 5th expansion, joining up to 84. Max saturation. And Solo looking to max out on Ling Bane Hydra. Meanwhile, Classic is now being active, now moving out. And we'll see what he can get done. Bearing in mind that Classic, he does have some High Templar, but they're still back at home. Right, the Templar are back at home. They're not with the main army. Storm is not going to be a factor here. Classic poking forward. But Last still does not find a way in. Same time, Bailey run by across the map does force out a Storm. 2 Storms even. 2 Storms to spend. We're down to 3. 3 Storms remaining. Solar, he's almost maxed out. And it's on Classic here to survive this, to defend. He's setting up his cannons, shield batteries. And there's the first Storm. Massive one of the Zerglings. Oh my god. That's so many Zerglings going down. That was crazy. 35 Zerglings. Crazy pickups. And we need more of that. Now, I should also mention as well that Solar, yes, he's on a high drone count of 84, but no, Solar, he has no tech. No infestation bit, no lurker den. Solar, he's basically lair tech all in, right? He's very, very committed on a lower tech army. If he fails to kill, then he falls behind. So he's going to commit, and he has to break through. Banelings are rolling forward. Can they get him to the High Templar? Oh, not quite. Yeah, Banelings, they do not make it through. Banelings are zoned away. There's still another Storm. Yeah, Storm connects. A couple of Banelings do connect. The High Templar going down. No more Templar left. Takes down all the Templar. No more Storms. And without Storms, the Hydras are breaking through. They're breaking on through here. We have a couple of Zealots trickling in. Archon does push forward as well. But it looks like Solar is breaking through. Takes down the Archon. Breaks through the High Templar. The Storms were good, but now there's 0 High Templar left. He needs more Storms. Classic, he needs 1 or 2 more Storms. And Solar's not slowing down. He knows he's close. He knows he's close here to breaking Classic. If not, he already has. But he already has. Here comes 1 Storm. Forcing out the Archon. Storm did graze the army. But Solar, he is on it. He is pushing into the mineral line. He's crippling the economy, catching up the Zealots. And Solar is overwhelming. The 4th goes down. Classic, he fails to defend the 4th base. And with that, Solar, he will fight back for his team. He'll fight back for Maru. He's fighting back for his boy. Takes care of the Immortal, catching out the Zealots. Oh, the dance! Este Solar dancing on Classic, papi. Ay, ay, ay. He's an animal. Absolute animal here. No GG, papi. No GG. As in the end, Solar, he will fight back. He does put a point on the board. No GG. Ay, ay, ay. As again, Solar with the disrespect. Dancing here on his opponents. With that, it does put that point on the board here. Again, Classic, he was close to defending. I will say that one big moment was Classic losing the Oracle. What I mean by that is that these oracles, especially leading into the mid game, are crucial here in the defense. Even if stasis traps don't necessarily connect with some massive connections, but even delaying and disrupting the opponent, stasis traps can be a big factor. Pulsar beams as well, focusing down Lings, focusing down Banelings. So to lose the oracles early on in the lead up to that push was a really rough start. Likewise, you saw that the first couple of Storms were okay, but for the Banelings to connect and to catch out, I want to say 4 High Templar, that was brutal as well. Losing those High Templar, being unable to morph them into Archons. Classic, he was late to morph them in. He was late to morph, late to react, and late to set that up to be able to have a consistent kind of buffer for his army. Did lose the High Templar there. Whereas we expect, typically, once the Storms are spent, we expect those High Templar to morph into those Archons to tank more Banelings and to be still a big major part of the fight. But GG. GG, well played. With that, Solar, he did break the low ground, did overwhelm, and now we have our next set of players getting ready here. Let us quickly switch on over and catch up on the set of matches. Let's go. Whew, let us go. So as you can see here, we are tied 1-1. We're tied 1-1 so far. herO took the win for himself and for his team, of course, in the first game. We had Solar fighting back for Team Maru, and now we're getting ready for our next set of players. Up next is going to be ByuN versus SHIN on Mothership. Oh boy. We have our next setup, we have our next lineup, then followed by sOs and Sound, Creator Bunny, Maru Rogue, and Cure Nightmare. Remember, this is a best of 7, and not every game is going to be played here. You know, it's first to 4. First to 4 do win. I'm hoping that Maru gets a chance to play for himself. I have to play for his own team. We'll see if we can get that far. So far, I mean, it was still, you know, back and forth, of course. We still have that back and forth, and we'll see who takes a lead in this series. Will it be Team herO? Will it be Team Maru? Will it be ByuN? Will it be SHIN? Oh boy, as we are loading into Mothership. Players are setting up. Here we go. Classic is tilted lately, there's all this stuff. I think I'd push back against that. Like, Classic is still one of the best players in the world. He still does well when it comes to open cups and online tournaments, of course. Classic, I don't think there's any shame in losing a game to Solar. Remember, it's a best of 1. Like, anything can happen, anything will happen. Upsets are definitely a possibility here. It's only 1 game, it's not a full series, so it's that much more that much more on the line, I should say, that much more tense, and again, that much more available here for even upsets to occur. I don't even think I would necessarily say it's an upset to see solo take down Classic. Again, in a best of one, it's like 50-50. Like, it can go either way. Can go either way, but here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner here of Mothership, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify, but also representing his team, of course, representing his boy, representing Maru. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom side of Mothership, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the orange Zerg representing his old teammate, of course, the ex-CJ boys, representing herO. It is SHIN. Representing Team herO. Let's go and welcome one all to Mothership. Mothership, of course, is a big 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top left, top right, and bottom side as well. 3 possible spawn locations, and we'll see how our players are able to scout each other, how they build up, and what SHIN gets up to. SHIN, he is a very unorthodox player. He can be very aggressive, very in your face. He can be very experimental as well. We'll see how SHIN approaches this matchup. Oh boy. I did mention previously, and I stand by it as well, CC first, by the way. CC first out of ByuN, so hyper greed out of our Terran player, but he should get away with it. He should get away with it here, so ByuN will have a boosted economy coming into the early game. But discussing the point here, SHIN, because of his aggressive nature, I do feel like he thrives on smaller maps where you can punish your opponent that much harder. On a map as big as Mothership, I question the validity of sending SHIN out on Mothership, I'll be honest. Like, it's a bold move. It's a bold move, a bold choice, and we'll see if it pays off. I'm here for it, Pappy. I'm here for it. Este SHIN. Scorecard going 1-1 because it is. It is 1-1. So very quickly, I guess, we might do this every beginning of every game. But this is a best of one. It's a best of one, but it is still a best of 7 team league format here. Team Maru versus Team herO, and currently the score is 1-1. herO took 1 game and Solar took 1 game. So currently we're tied up 1-1, and this is to determine who will take a lead in the series. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. As the Overlord does poke in, pulls away, going to be zoned back by ByuN. Behind this, ByuN going for, an aggressive build, actually. So CC first into 1-1-1. Aggressive build here by ByuN, going for a faster starport. ByuN is going for a delayed command center. It's very unorthodox nowadays to go for a later third TC. So ByuN is doubling down here to get into what exactly? We can go into an add-on swap into Reactor to Hellion, into like a Hellbat push with Banshees. We can go into Reactor Marine with a bigger committed setup here as well. There's that delayed third TC. Eyes are on ByuN. We'll see where he takes us. We have seen ByuN embrace mech from time to time. It's a rarer sight, but not unseen, as there we go. Medevac is on the way for the early push. Are we going for an armory or not? That's what I'm curious about. Marines are amassing, Hellions as well. It is going to be an early timing here from ByuN, and we'll see if he does throw down the armory or not. As the Hellions will have a little more sustain if they can be healed by the medevac. Meanwhile, we just see SHIN going for a very early... Oh my god, sorry, my apologies, I missed this. This was what, like a 320, 330 lair timing? Jesus, very early lair here by SHIN. Takes all 4 gases. Are we going 2 base muta? Uh-oh. This might be 2 base muta here by SHIN. Very fast lair. The other option would be 2 base... I mean, if it was roaches, we'd see a roach one already. We could see 2 base Hydra. Marines are being active, Hellions on the left, Marines on the right. We have a Liberator going to be reinforcing as well. And we have the answer, 2 base Hydra. So it is going to be 2 base Hydra here out of SHIN. If you recall, we saw this during the Tunic Cup this week, where SHIN, he showcased 3 different builds. It was 2 base Muta, 2 base Hydra, or 2 base Roach. And it was against Percival, if you remember. It was a best of 5 versus Percival. Went all the way to the ace match. Wait, did it go to the... Yeah. It went to the ace match, and SHIN, I believe he reverse swept, if I recall correctly. I think that was during the Pegasus Cup, or was it during Tuna Cup? Yeah, it was Tuna Cup. It was Tuna Cup because Percival, he took down ByuN in the semis. Yeah. Do you recall? As ByuN does make his way into the main. Queens to intercept. So far, nice positioning here by SHIN. Queens, they will zone away the Liberator. They zone away. Hellions breaking forward. And the scariest thing for me here is I believe that ByuN has not seen the Hydras. He hasn't seen anything. ByuN with very limited information. The Marine drop was zoned away. The Liberator was zoned away as well. The Hellions, they did not dive. And Hydras are amassing. Like, this is going to be a big link Hydra all in. That's the reason why we rush into Hydra so quickly. SHIN, he's building up and he's soon pushing. And ByuN has no idea. ByuN, he has no idea. SHIN, you can see he's cutting works at 53. No drones. You can see here, there's no more drones on the way, no gases. Fourth base would be just for Larva if we even get a fourth expansion. And here comes SHIN. He's completely all in, going for a 2.5 base all in here over 53 drones. 53 workers. At the same time, ByuN, he's applying some pressure. The Lings, they zone. They delay, but here come the Hydras. And ByuN, he's caught with the pants down. Say it with me. The pants are down, papi. ByuN is exposed. The Hydras, they rush in towards the natural. ByuN is racing back home. There are the Hellbats that we spoke about at the start of the game. Hellbats did eventually morph in. The Hydras are on the road though. Oh, where are the Lings? Where are the Zerglings? They're getting caught up by the Hellbats. Oh god. Yeah, a lot of Hydras go down. The best case scenario here for ByuN. ByuN, he kites smack. Lings go down, and SHIN is getting torn apart here. Oh my god, SHIN, he had so much potential. He had so much potential. This was supposed to end the game. But the Lings, they got caught up by the Hellbats. Marines, they just went to town on the Hydras. Hydras, they're so fragile. They needed support. And the build was solid. This should have ended the game, but the execution was lacking. The execution was lacking. SHIN, he A-moved his Lings into the Hellbats. He needed them to protect the Hydras. The Hydras were exposed. It all just fell apart here. And now suddenly ByuN has a lead. Yeah, ByuN, he has a lead. He has the advantage. He has a greater economy. SHIN, he was not built for a longer game. There's no fourth expansion. Yeah, there's no fourth hatchery, just now being taken very late. This was SHIN's game. ByuN had no idea what was happening. He had no idea. And with that, Team Maru, they're looking strong. They're looking good. They're looking good, papi. SHIN is falling further behind. Trying to keep up with Maru here. As Maru's moving out with the second army, a second push. Just trading well, picking up Zerglings. Remember, there's no Bailiness, right? There's no Bailiness, there's no Bailing speed, there's no further tech, there's no Lurker Den, there's no Hive. There is a pit that's on the way to help with that. Towards Infestors, I would imagine. But these Marines, they trade so well. The Lings, they just melt. The Lings are melting. +2 carapace is denied. Massive pickup. Fourth base goes down. And again, ByuN is looking very comfortable. The reason why SHIN can't keep up is because the game was never meant to last this long. It was just never meant to last this long. SHIN's being starved out. He has no expansion. We have 7 Infestors on the way. That will help. Oh no! Oh my god, let's cancel. There's a cancellation. Snipes 3, 4 Hydras. Massive pickups. So many Hydras going down. And ByuN is here to end the game. He's here to end it. He's here to stem. There are fungals, true. Fungals are available that can slow this down. Once again, the fourth base is denied. SHIN still cannot expand. He just wants a fourth base, papi. He wants a fourth. Por favor. As ByuN drops into the main. And SHIN just cannot keep up here. Lurker then gets picked off. Massive snipe. That's a kill, not a cancel. Fungal lands. Marines, they can just tank it. Yeah, Marines, they just tank the Fungals. At the same time, pushing here into the front lines as well. Infest is getting picked up. And again, here's just been a numbers game. As we mentioned, as soon as the all-in failed, there was a very low chance of SHIN recovering. Nice Fungal towards the end, catching out Marines. ByuN still hunting SHIN down, catching out another Infestor, and more Hydras are target firing. 3 more Hydras get picked up. Crazy pickups. And SHIN should never get a 4th base this game. Like, it's just not happening. As ByuN is still just rallying forward, we have 3 Infestors left. Soon to be 3 Fungals, okay. Now with these Fungal growths, potentially SHIN can maintain that 4th, or at least get it up and running. But I'm huffing a little bit of copium on that one. Oh no. Yeah, ByuN's just ensuring that never happens. As this time he's gonna get a kill. The Mind Shot! Oh my god, massive connection. Mind Shot goes off, Fungal on the main army. At the same time, ByuN does push in towards the 3rd. And again, the supply just isn't there. GG gets called, and ByuN puts a point on the board. Takes a lead for Team Maru. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead for Team Maru here. Again, SHIN, the all-in was looking solid. 53 drones, 3 bases, Ling Hydra all-in. ByuN had no idea what was coming, but ByuN, he had a triple drop active on the map. He had an army active on the map with some Hellbats. Once he realized what was happening, the Hydras, they bypassed the main army. ByuN turned around, and we had a really weird sandwich here, where we had ByuN's defensive army, then we had the Hydras, then we had ByuN's aggressive army coming back home, and then we had Lings coming in from behind. But those Lings, if you recall, they ran into the Hellbats. They and the Hellbats, they tied up all those Zerglings, and because of that, what happened was the Hydras were caught in between 2 armies. They were sandwiched. They were sandwiched in between 2 Bio forces, and SHIN lost every single Hydra. Expensive losses there. If SHIN had his Lings with his Hydras, he could have fought head-on, and he would have won head-on as well. Like, he would have had a much better fight there, just because the Lings, they're built to buffer, and Hydras do so much DPS if given the room to do so. But the Hydras, they were caught on their own. Lings, they were too far out, they were too far behind, and SHIN lost everything. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN does take a lead here for his team, and now we're getting ready for our next best of 1 here. Team Maru, they're up 2-1 against Team herO, and up next we do have a PvP between SOS and ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. As you can see here before you, we have the lineups. And let us know if the amount of text is a little bit much. Hold on. This might look a little bit cleaner here. There we go. Here we go. As we are getting to our next game, as we are getting to our next matchup, here we go. We have our next best of 1. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss himself, typically representing onside, but here he is representing Team herO. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player representing Team Maru. It is SOS. Un momento. I got you covered with the team name here. I should hope so. Oh, yeah, 1 moment. 1 moment as I'll set up the team name, as I'll set up our player here, as they are on a barcode. Filter blue. Bam, there we go, there we go. We do have our best of 1 here, our next best of 1, the next set, of course. Team Maru, they're up 2-1, and we'll see if SOS can extend that lead. Coming into our next best of 1 here, I would say that ByuN is favored. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised, and the drama is real. I'm a little bit surprised that ByuN wasn't picked by Maru. For those who don't know, ByuN and Maru, they're teammates. Like they're they are teammates. They're on the same team. You know, they're usually fighting for the same organization here. It's fighting for onside, fighting for team vitality before that. So for Maru not to pick ByuN, that was surprising to me. Not gonna lie, that was surprising. So ByuN instead, he was picked up. He's been taken care of by herO instead. He's like, I got you. You know, he's got his Protoss brethren, I should say. As he was able to give ByuN a nice home here, and we'll see if ByuN can get his revenge. We'll see if he'll be like, hey, you know, why didn't you pick me, Maru? What's going on? I'll show you why you should have. Oh boy. For now, though, we have our PvP greedy build here by SOS going Gate Cyber Expand. Very greedy build here, skipping out on that second gateway in favor of a faster Nexus, and he should be prompting a proxy. He should be prompting an all-in. I say that ByuN is setting up for his own expansion. He'll be playing from behind with a later Nexus. Okay. Here we go. The pants, yes. The pants were down. They were down. Meanwhile, we have a Stargate follow-up here by SOS, going Stargate. If need be, can always go into Void Ray production. Head into the Void Rays. Otherwise, it should just be an Oracle opener. The pressure's on ByuN to move out. Remember, ByuN does have a later expansion. ByuN will have a worse economy unless something is done about that. That's why the adepts are active, and we're shading in towards the main. Shading the main so far, SOS is keeping up. Adept says 9 mining at least. They do threaten that natural, but no major damage yet. Sound does shade away. Behind this, taking up in towards the Twilight Council. Do have our council working towards Blink. And ByuN, he'll have a stronger mid-game here with Mass Blink Stalker. Meanwhile, we'll see if SOS can find even more economic damage by getting across the map. Remember, SOS is already ahead. He's already on 31 probes to the 29. He already has a worker lead. We'll see if he can extend that lead. Meanwhile, ByuN, he slips into the main base. Hallucination will get a full scout of everything, confirming the Stargate, confirming the Oracle production. ByuN knows. ByuN, he is aware. Cashing out the initial adept, not bad. Yes, Wesley does cash the adept. He's now moving out across the map, and meanwhile, ByuN is getting in position. He's got his double stalker here at the natural, and likewise, shield battery in the main. So far, so good. But as SOS forces a more defensive stance, he expands. Faster third. Again, SOS, he's been so greedy here. Fast natural, fast third base. The Oracles, they don't really hold their own when it comes to the any kind of mid-game engagements, but they're at least threatening his opponents, and they're forcing ByuN to stay at home. They're forcing a more defensive stance. ByuN trying to keep up. As he rescouts and he reconfirms the faster third as well. So ByuN, he's aware that again, he's still slightly behind economically. The Oracle pokes in, gets 2 probe kills, not bad. Takes down 2 workers, pulls away. But ByuN now has Blink. Blink is done. We have how many gateways? 3 gates in the main. ByuN can start to be active. He can start to poke in. Remember, ByuN, he has a much more mobile composition compared to his opponents, but ideally he wants to catch out the Oracles first. Ideally. We'll see if he can. Meanwhile, fake Oracle on the right. Does bait, double Oracle into the main. Remember, 2 Oracles, they can one-shot probes. They can one-shot workers. And we'll see if he can. Stalkers move out. ByuN, he just spot the pylon. So nice catch out of ByuN. Does prompt the Oracles. SOS still being active. SOS still enjoying a much greater economy. 58 probes for SOS. The army's just getting larger and larger here. And again, ByuN, he's got to do something about this. ByuN has just been stuck at home this entire time. Meanwhile, SOS does find some damage, getting 1, 2, 3 probes. 3 probes go down. Finally, one Oracle gets... No! Oh my, it gets away. The Oracle barely gets away. Down, he's still stuck at home, and we have to push. Here comes the War Prism, here come the reinforcements. Down, he's sending everything across the map. And down, he has to end the game here. He has to do critical damage. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for SOS. The better it's going to be. And SOS has got 2 Immortals. He has 2 shield batteries, a cannon, stasis traps as well. SOS, he knows his win condition. Just defend. Just defend, just survive. Zan, he's going to try to bait out of stasis. Oh, a little bit too soon. Yeah, Zan, a little bit premature there by a second. He was premature. And Zan claims a 4th. 4th is on the way. Zan dipping into the main. Attempting to harass. Finally, some damage is being done, forcing the recall. Zan pulls out. Pulls out of the main base. Main army pull back home as well. Zan is still trying to play catch up, and that means that SOS, he enjoys the greater economy now into a larger army. We should soon be seeing another expansion here by SOS, and it will be soon time for SOS to move out. It's soon time. Zan does hit the right hand side. Gonna be harassing at the same time. Here comes the main army from SOS. He's pushing. He's moving out. 4th base is denied. Warp in is the main. Okay. Does get the warp in. Zealots hit the main base. The main armies, they pass by each other. And Zan, he's gonna force SOS to react. SOS coming in from behind. SOS is coming in, trying to sandwich his opponent. Zan in an awkward position. Does try to recall. And does save the Archons at least. Yeah, saves the Archons, but he's going to be forced to fight. Bleeding out Zealots, bleeding out High Templar. Some rough losses here for Zan. And the Prism got dealt with. Yeah, the Prism was dealt with. We had a defensive Phoenix. Defensive Zealots. And Zan is being overwhelmed. Zan is being overwhelmed here. And you might be looking at this game and be thinking, but like, we haven't really seen... Oh no, miscontrol the Stalkers. Stalkers get caught out. Massive pickups here. That's what, 7, 8 Stalkers going down. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal damage, and SOS is here to kill. And again, it was all about these little incremental wins throughout the course of the game, and there was no major kind of engagement that led SOS into having a massive lead. It was the faster natural, the faster third, the better economy, the successful aggression, the successful Oracle harass. It all led into SOS having, what, now a 50 supply lead. And Zan, he's desperately going for a base trade. This is his best chance. He cannot fight head on. He cannot fight the main army. Zan straight up slipping in towards the main. Takes down the natural. At the same time, SOS is also pushing in towards the main base as well. Yeah, SOS is overwhelming. And again, SOS in a head-on fight will win this. He will win this in a head-on fight. The base trade is the best chance here for Zan. Now pushing into the third. Oh, does catch the probes. Okay. Workers are getting caught out. Zan, he already has bottom left. True. He already has an expansion. Zan, he will evacuate. So does SOS. Both players get out. Zan, he can afford another Nexus. He's got 500. Oh, never mind. He just threw down a bunch of cannons and shield batteries. Oh, sorry, that's SOS. I was looking at the wrong bank. But SOS does set up a ninja base here on the top right. Zan, likewise, also doesn't have enough resources for another Nexus. He has bottom left instead. He has bottom left, so we do have both ninja bases. Ah, there's the resources. I was curious. Because down he has 500 minerals, and he lost it for a moment there. Doesn't go for the Nexus yet. Oh! Army gets caught. Downey's going to be careful. Again, he has the money here for another Nexus, if need be. SOS does find the Nexus. He's going for it. Does veer off. I'm hoping to catch some of these Stalkers. Yeah, 1, 2 Stalkers going down. The Archon is getting low. Nice setup here on the high ground. Yeah, the engagement getting a little bit awkward here. 1 Archon gets surrounded. No, Zound. Yeah, Zound's bleeding out too much. He's bleeding out too much here. Losing 1, 2, 3 Archons. Yeah, massive pickups. And SOS is going for the base. The final base here. The final buildings. At the same time, Zound counterattacking. Yeah, I think he might be asking about resources. Oh, is Zound being like, draw? I think that's what he's saying. But GG, yeah, GG gets called, and with that, SOS, he will further his lead in the series. GG, well played. SOS, he does take the lead here. Again, winding it back, it all came to these, as we were mentioning, these incremental wins. SOS, faster natural, faster third base. SOS, he had the better economy the entire game, up until Zound took his fourth base. But because of that stronger economy, it wasn't necessarily as flashy or as apparent, but it meant that SOS, he did have that supply lead coming into the mid game, and it was getting bigger and bigger, larger and larger. Zound was being overwhelmed. There's a reason why we did try to emphasize that Zound, he had to get some counter damage done, but because of the Oracle harass, Zound was stuck at home. He was stuck at home defending against the Oracles and failing to defend against the Oracles. He was still losing probes, still losing workers to said Oracle harass, and in the end, Zound was overwhelmed. He was overwhelmed. By the time he pushed across the map, it was too late. He just didn't have anything to work with, didn't have enough to work with. The one Hail Mary play that Zound had before the base trade was going for the War Prism into the main base, but SOS defended well. He defended well. He had the probes warping in defensively. He shut down the Prism, he shut down the attempted harass. GG, well played. And with that, Team Maru, they are 1 game away. Uno más, baby, uno más. Oh no. As you can see here, they're 1 game away from claiming this series and from becoming our champions. Did just quickly switch the icons for you here, so maybe it's looking a little bit cleaner when it comes to the overall team league. But yes, Team Maru, they're up at 3-1 over Team herO. 1 more game is all they need. Uno más, papi, uno más. Meanwhile, who is up next? Up next is going to be Creator versus Bonnie. So let's get out. Okay. But there it is. We did. Jesus, yo, the BM, the harshness out of some of the SOS and Solar. Aye. But here we go. We have our current score lines, as you can see here in a more visual setting. We have Creator versus Bunny up next. Creator versus Bunny here. Creator, of course, for Team Maru. Bunny for Team herO. PVT. It's going to be on Title Citadel. Oh boy. Potentially the final game of the series. Potentially. If Bunny can win this game, of course, he can start the comeback for his team, and then we can get into the Maru Rogue series or the Cure Nightmare series. But again, the pressure is on. The pressure is on, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. Oh yeah, the Blue Protoss himself leading the series, or his team at least leading the series 3-1. 1 more game, 1 win will claim the win for Team Maru. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team herO. His team is on the line right now. Their tournament life, their series on the line right now. He has to fight back for himself. He has to fight back for his team. He has to fight back for herO, for his ex-CJ boy. It is Bunny. Let's go. Let us go. Once again, shout out to Intel, shout out to Soup and GSL, of course, for hosting and for running and for bringing this event to light, of course. Big shout outs. as the SCV comes in and Bunny goes for the SCV for the eBay block. Let's go. We're coming in for the eBay block. eBay is going to be thrown down. And Creator, he's already scanning across the map. Ooh, misplay. Bunny. No. It was misplaced. A little bit inefficient here. I mean, Creator is still going to be forced to expand elsewhere, but that is a shaky start for Bunny. Ay, ay, ay. Shaky starts. We gotta lock in, Bappy. herO in shambles. He started things off strong, by the way. herO, he put a point on the board against curable players. But he needs his team to step it up. We gotta look in. We gotta look in. As of course, we do force the unnatural natural. Creator expanding here at the third location. Bunny does cancel, and Bunny can now attempt to abuse this position. For now, though, just going for a Rax expand. Economic follow-up here out of Bunny, not going for a faster factory. The follow-up, though, is what we're curious by. How aggressive is Bunny going to be in the mid-game, if at all? Of course, Bunny is known for his 2-base play and his 2-base aggression in TVP. Is known for it. We have a safety shield battery on the way for Creator, and Creator, he does open up Stargate to defend. Now, we should be opening up Oracle. The reasoning why Stargate openers are as common as they are if you're forced into this expansion location is because it is very awkward to rotate back and forth between this base and your main expansion. Because it's so awkward for a ground unit, I mean, you take to the skies. Oracles have an easier time rotating and drifting back and forth between these two expansions to defend against Hellions, Reapers, Cyclone, just early pushes and early aggression. So this is a more common response. Meanwhile, I believe Bunny, he did not confirm. No, sorry, he did. No, sorry, he didn't. So did not get behind the mineral line. He's not as aware as to what's going on yet. Just now getting his own natural up and running. Safety bunker is done. And we are settling in. As Reaper is going to be denied. Bunny did not get into the main. Didn't get in, didn't quite confirm. I assumed it was going to be Oracle, but no, we're opening up Phoenixes. Okay, going for the Phoenix opener instead. I mean, this is a secure way to shut down any aggression, of course, but also to gain map control, to move out across the map, and this can lead into either Charge or Colossus. Typically one or the other. Hellion does dive in and gets a full scout, confirms the Phoenixes, confirms the Stargate. Bunny does confirm. Bunny's building up his bio. Getting into his own mid-game, his own 3-1-1. Standard setup here out of Bunny. And thankfully, because he's scouted across the map, he has Cyclones on the way, not tanks. Right? Tanks would be the blind setup here. But Bunny, he's aware of the Phoenixes. Cyclone pops out just in time. And the Phoenixes, so far, they find no damage. So far, no damage. Creator still trying to be active. Shading in towards the natural. Marines are in position. Creator, he doesn't quite commit. I do feel like he could have maybe taken that fight, but we have Ravens and more supportive units, of course. Phoenix is tempted to dive. The temptation is there. So we are setting up. Setting up, we're settling in. Bunny's being active. Now here comes this push. Again, just been building up towards this moment here. He's got his Raven support, his Bio. Stim is going to be done in time. Combat shields will be done as the army gets across the map. He's got his upgrades. And Creator back at home, he is working on the Colossus. We did speak earlier how it's typically Phoenix into either Colossus or Charge. It's going to be Colossi. He'll have one Colossus to defend. Is that going to be enough, though? It's going to be close. It's going to be close here. It'll come down to the engage. Can Bunny shred the armor? Spots a Colossus. Does pre-split. I mean, there are cannons and shield batteries as well. Creator, he's ready. Creator, he's ready here to defend. He's ready, papi. Oh. My shot goes up. My shot goes up. Softens up those Phoenixes. That's why he does commit in. Does go for the armor shred. Does connect. Oh, without a second. Now, a second Colossus does arrive. Massive swipes going off. Pulls back to the shield battery. Pulls back to the cannon. One Colossus does go down, but only one. As we're trying to stem in, catching out Phoenix is not bad. Getting 1, 2, 3 Phoenixes. But the army does give chase. Oh, the Colossus! Oh, big overextension. Okay. Bunny. Catching out 2 Colossus. That should not have happened. Creator did overextend. And Bunny trades well. He trades well. Catching out both Colossus. Behind this, going for a very delayed third TC. He's still very committed. A late expansion out of Bunny. Bunny, he needs more damage. Just due to his low economy. Now, what I will say is that thankfully Bunny is at least containing his opponent on 3 bases. There is no 4th. No 4th base yet. And Creator's knocked down to 1 Colossus. Down to 1. I think they try to catch reinforcements. Nice immunity by Creator. Catching out a Viking. Pulling back the main army. Not bad. As Creator just buying himself more time, building up a second Colossus, throwing down more gateways. And again, we should soon be seeing an expansion. You can see the scan here, Bunny looking for the 4th. Ensuring that there is no Nexus. And we should see one soon. Creator throws it down, but Bunny, he's in position. And you see the force to cancel. It sims in, does force that cancel. Creator is contained. Again, imagine this position was created with 4 Colossus instead of 2. Really, it would be 3 Colossus instead of 2. It was just 1 overextending. It was just the 1. Bunny still tracking around. Bunny still has a massive army to work with. Creator now expanding on the top side. And Bunny making his way over. He's rotating over to deny. And can he break that 4th? Some Creator's ready. Yeah, Creator's in position. Cleans out a Phoenix. Snipes a Viking. Bit of a back and forth. And we're entering a longer game state. We are getting there. Does try the zone. Nice, very nice force fields catching up. 5 Marauders. Oh my god. 5 Marauders get caught. Creator, calm down. The value at the same time. Delta hit the mineral line. 5 SVs falling as well. Creator, he has momentum. As the run by is dealt with. Bunny's got to be careful. He's got to respect that ramp. He's got to respect it. Bunny does catch a Phoenix. Again, the tank, the Phoenix Cannon is going to be reset. Creator pushing into a concave. Yeah, he's overextending. Creator, he does overextend. That was not a fight to take. Creator misjudging the strength of his army. He's being bullied back. Yeah, Creator, he cannot fight head on, not like that. And Bunny has that army supply lead. He's got that army lead. He's got a massive bio force here to work with. We need Storm or Disruptors or something else. The Viking Cannon is just too high. Yeah, he just ignores the Colossus, ignores the Stalkers, diving on the Colossus. 1, 2 Colossus falling. 2 left. And Bunny, he's close. He's close to breaking through. Great, he needs those Disruptors. Now with some well-placed Novas, Creator, he can hold. He can hold on here, but he's heavily reliant on these Novas. He cannot waste them. Speaking of, he's still holding on. First Nova goes off, does not connect. And that was brutal. Massive EMPs. Bunny, he just sims in. He just sims on forward. He's breaking on through. Bunny breaks through the Disruptors, the Archons. Can he get on top of the Colossus? He's running out of Vikings. Okay. He's barely running out of Vikings here. There's 2 Colossus left. Down to 1. Down to 1 Colossus. Again, Bunny is so close. Balas has been losing a lot of Vikings. Down to 2. 2 Vikings left. Creator desperately trying to hang on. Now, Creator, he notices the Viking count is low, so he's switching back into Colossus, not Disruptor. So Colossus production once again. Still just 1 robot for Creator. Still barely hanging on. Does catch some reinforcements. Nice moves. Gets 1 Marauder. Almost 2. Oh. Gets a Ghost. Yeah, picks up a Ghost. Forces a Stim. These are all little wins here for Creator, but he needs more than this. Oh, we have a 4th CC on the way. Again, Creator's just trying to buy some time. Recalls back home. I still do favor Bunny's main army, but Creator is getting back up to 3 Colossus. Viking Cannon's getting up there. Up to 8 Vikings. 8, soon to be 10 Vikings available. Only 2 Ghosts, not many EMPs. Okay, true. Yeah, not many. Army comes over behind. Decent Colossus wipes. Vikings, they go to town. They get 1. They do catch 1 Colossus EMP on the Stalkers. Nice catch on the Vikings, though. We're running out of Vikings. Yeah, he's running out of Vikings, but does he have enough bio on the ground? Looks like he does. Marines, they still on forward. They take down the Colossus. They've overwhelmed the army, and Creator, he does fall in supply. Down to a couple of Stalkers, down to a couple of Zealots. He's holding on, though. He's holding. Oh my god. Sniping all the Vikings. Does snipe the Vikings, pulls away. Colossus still getting up and running. Bunny's looking. Yeah, he's looking for a 5th base. He finds it. Bunny finds the expansion. Bunny getting his own 4th. Oh. His own 4th is up. And again, the economy for Creator is just too poor. Like, unfortunately, he's just been down in economy and down in his own resources collection. That's why his army is just so small. Creator, he's had no momentum here for quite some time. He needs breathing room. He needs harass as well. The pressure's on Creator. As Creator, he's trying to build back up. Does find the planetary. That's a disheartening moment here. Now Creator's aware of the fully mining 4th. And again, because of the limited economy, Creator, he can only afford 1 Robo and 1 Colossus at a time. Typically at this stage of the game, there'd be multiple Robos, right? So you can kind of build up your army and support your army as well. But again, that's why we were emphasizing that the economy has been very low for Creator. So very, very low. So he just can't afford it. Not yet. Mine shots are going up. Catching out some probes. 8 workers going down. Nice big here by Bunny. With these gases being taken, Creator can soon afford a second robo. That is true. Creator, he's almost there. Almost, but not quite. And it looks like Bunny's going to be active first. As Bunny has just been hyper aggressive this series, and he's just been giving Creator such a hard time expanding and macroing. Creator now getting another expansion, getting a sig. She also has Novas. Oh! Ooh, my shot goes off. Del Zone. But already nice pickoffs here by Bunny. Bunny moving in, once again a low ghost count. Just trying to brute force the win here. Novas there buy some time. But no connections, Colossus are exposed. Yeah, they're going to be zoned. Well, the Disruptors, he gets 2. Takes down 2 Disruptors, he sees an opening, he sims in. And Creator, his Colossus are just too far back. The boys are being pulled, Creator getting desperate, coming in for the surround. He's trying to. The Novas, oh my god, massive connection, okay. The Novas connects, Creator, he takes the fight. Oh my god, we'll take some mind shots to the face. But that was maybe the best fight the Creator could have hoped for. It was brutal, but GG gets called. One strong fight, and Creator, he will take the game and take the series for Team Maru. GG. Wow, GG, well played, Creator. Things looking dire, to be honest. Things looking dire, things looking rough. Like Bunny, he was bullying Creator, catching out Colossus, containing his opponent when it came to the bases, when it came to the economy, catching Disruptors. But it came down to that one big moment, that one big fight, that one massive Nova, just a crazy connection. I don't blame Bunny for going in. Like, he saw an opening, he caught 2 Disruptors. But because he pushed further in, he got surrounded. He got surrounded. Bunny, he got too greedy. He got a little bit too greedy there. He went for the dive, and in the end, he got punished for it with that. GG, well played. That was meant to be the beginning of the comeback, but no. Team Maru, they claim it. They win the series here. GG, well played. 4-1 over Team herO. And old mate Maru didn't even have to play. he didn't even have to play, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Crazy, papi, crazy. Just catching him, just catching him. But as you can see here, herO, he was the only player to win and put a point on the board for his team. herO, he started things off strong for his team, for Team herO, claiming that first game. But we saw that Solar, ByuN, SOS, and Creator, Team Maru did carry their weight. They held their own. Maru did not even have to play, by the way. Every other player on his team did, though. Kira being the only player to drop his own game and drop his series, unfortunately. But maybe he can redeem himself in the all-kill formats. Maybe he can. But GG, well played. Again, that was our first series of the broadcast. This is merely only day 1 of the GSL CK. We have wrapped up the Pro League format, and Team Maru are victorious. And now we're getting ready for part 2. We're getting ready for the all-kill format. How do these 2 different formats work? Well, Pro League is that you have these lineups, right? You have these 1v1 kind of lineups that are revealed at the beginning of the series, and they face off against each other to formulate this greater best of 7. Up next, though, is going to be all-kill format. What does that mean? All-kill is, if we had this setup, for example, if herO and Cure were the starting players, and if herO won that game, herO stays on. herO, he stays on, and then Team Maru, they've got to send out player after player after player until they can bring herO down. And if they fail to, I mean, that's where you can all kill, right? It's a format that allows for all kills to occur. Otherwise, you can have it back and forth, of course, but it's basically a player stays on until they are knocked out. So up next is going to be an all-kill format. We're going to be keeping the teams, of course. Team Maru consists of Cure, Solar, ByuN, SOS, and Creator, and Maru himself. Meanwhile, Team herO is Classic, SHIN, Zaun, Bunny, Rogue, Nightmare, and herO himself as well. So Maru, they've taken this first win, and if Team Maru wins the all-kill format as well, then they will just win and be victorious here in day 1. Otherwise, if herO win the all-kill format, then it goes into the ace match, a super ace match instead. We'll see if we can get there. For now, though, we're going to be cutting to a break. We're going to be cutting to a break here, and when we come back, we'll have our starting players, and we'll have our next series. Up next, All Kill. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Well, geez, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. Welcome back to the GSL CK day number 1. We just wrapped up with our Pro League format, and Team Maru took down Team herO 4-1. But now we're here with the all-kill format. We are here with our second series. Once again, we have the same teams. We have Team herO and Team Maru, and we are jumping into game number 1. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Mothership, we have the red Zerg player himself, representing his team, of course, Team herO. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, usually representing Shopify, but here he is representing Team Maru. It is ByuN. Going for the proxy 2-racks. Let's go, baby, let's go. The proxy is upon us. Here we go. The Gamba is real as Rogue. He's spawning in top left. ByuN is top right, but no one knows where each other is. Not yet. Remember, this is a 3-player spawn map. So ByuN, he's going for the proxy 3 gates. Sorry, proxy 3-racks, I meant to say. Proxy 3-racks here in the dead center of the map. Hyper committed, hyper aggressive build here by ByuN. We'll see if he can pull this off. We'll see if he can pull this off. Just catching up with the chats. What does CK stand for? CK stands for Champions Korea. Champions Korea. It's not chicharron carnitas. No. Not like this. More used to GSL. Yeah, GSL had its own format, of course. But here we go. We have our Raxes being thrown down as we speak. We have the Marines amassing. Again, no gases. It's going to be a bunker rush. The initial SCV does scout left-hand side, and ByuN, he will find Rogue immediately. He does spot the Overlord. Does spot the initial expansion. ByuN knows. ByuN is now certain 100% is what's going on. Meanwhile, Rogue is playing blind. Rogue is in the dark. Rogue, he's going hatch gas pool. Standard open out of Rogue, and he still has no idea as to what's happening. Rogue has no idea what's going on as the army is coming in. Here come the bunkers. First bunker's already being thrown down, and again Rogue has no idea. No, the bunker's gonna finish. The bunker, it shouldn't. The bunker should not finish, but usually this Overlord is parked outside of the natural because it's a 3-player spawn map. The Overlord is scouting, and that means that this bunker will finish. No shot. The bunker will finish. Lings are popping out Queen as well, but last Rogue, he is under fire. And with that bunker finishing, that is a brutal start for Rogue. The Queen. The Queen has to back off. We have bunkers. More of them are on the way. Leapfrogging for the Queen is under threat. Can he get it? Oh my god, barely. Not the Queen. Barely survives. Barely gets away. But the bunkers are done. The hatchery will go down. And we have Rogue being forced into a 1-base all-in, forced into a Bane bust. Let's go. And we're forced into a Bane bust. As we're setting up here on the low ground. Again, just walling up with bunkers. This hatchery will go down. And it's all about whether or not Rogue can actually successfully break through these bunkers, break through the wall, and get across the map. We'll see if Rogue can break out. One crucial moment, of course, is that Rogue did save the Queen. Right, Rogue, he saved the Queen. That will add some extra DPS here, of course. That will help. But the bunkers are filling up, and that's going to be a lot of bunkers. 4 bunkers. Almost completely full. More Marines are rallying in. You can see ByuN just ferrying forward here, throwing down even more bunkers. Good call. It means that even if one wall falls, there'll be a secondary wall behind this. Yeah, Banelings, they do roll in. They take down the first 2 bunkers. They break down 2, but there's still 2 left. Yeah, there's still 2 bunkers left. So Lings, they do break out. They catch reinforcements. Yeah, they're rushing past. They're rushing across the map. Back at home, there is a full wall. True. There is a full wall off. ByuN does pull the boys to repair. And ByuN, he'll eventually send a group back home to defend. Yeah, he's got his group. We're getting ready for a secondary Bane bust. Oh, the Bane bust is going to be across the map. Okay. Baneling's morphing across the map. The problem here is that maybe he can break down that wall, but can he actually do any damage? He gets caught. Yeah, he's getting caught out. Nice splits. Banelings are being spent. GG gets called. The all-in is successful, and ByuN, he does take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series. Does take a lead, does take the first game, and ByuN will stay on. ByuN, he will stay on here to lead the charge, to lead his team. Rogue is done. Rogue is out. Yeah, Rogue is out, and Team herO, they have to field another player. We'll see who they have up their sleeve. Who can bring down ByuN? I mean, they've got options, right? They've got a lot of options here. Quickly double checking, what does Team herO's team consist of? They have Classic, they have SHIN, they have Bunny, Nightmare, and Zaun. True, they've got. I mean, they've got plenty to pick between. I mean, they could even set out herO. I do favor herO over ByuN, but I would argue that especially in an all-kill format, now we have to be strategic with our players. You want to save herO, right? You don't want to spend him too early. You don't want to waste your ace player. You don't want to waste your team captain. You want to save your team captain to send him out later on to face off against one of the other bigger names like Maru, for example. So you want to save certain players. You want to snipe certain players, I should say. Have a contingency plan. So Team herO, they're discussing. Just once again to reiterate, each team are they're in a call themselves. They're in a Discord call. So all of Team herO, they're all discussing as we speak. They're all discussing amongst themselves who to send out, how to approach this series. Because it's not just about beating ByuN, it's about beating ByuN and being able to stand tall against whoever comes out next as well, right? And kind of predict who's going to be up next. If possible, even bait out a player. So there are some layers to this as well. There are layers. Sorry, just catching up here in the Discord chat. Just ensuring that we know what's going on. Okay. It looks like it's going to be loser's pick when it comes to the map as well, I believe. So I believe that Team herO, they have the player pick and the map pick. I think that's what I'm understanding from Google translating, the admin, I believe. But yeah, currently Team herO, they're still making that decision. It's a hard one to call, Pappy. It's a hard one to call for sure. At least Mothership, you know, we're done with. We're done with Mothership. No more. Yes, they picked the map too. Yeah, as I mentioned, we'll pick the map too. And again, it's one of those things where, all right, let's theorize ourselves back. Let's because ByuN is still on. ByuN is still on. I should also open up the bracket here as well. I mean, it's a limited information with what we have to work with, just because it is all kill format. But with ByuN being the remaining player here, ByuN, he can at times be a little bit shaky in TVT. That's maybe something you can take advantage of and try to snipe him with, say, a Terran player or a Terran opponent. Again, the fact that they can kind of pick what map they want does add a little bit more complexity to this as well. Oh, we have the answer. Okay, this just in, Zaun. Zaun is going to be up next here to bring ByuN down, and Zaun, his map of choice, is going to be Celestial Enclave. That's another factor I should have mentioned, is if you also believe that a map is not ideal later on for a future player, you also want to burn it. Celestial Enclave is known for being very defensive, very macro-oriented, and I would say is Protoss' favorite in the late game PvT scenario and situation, assuming that Zaun wants to go there. I mean, I guess ByuN can also embrace that as well. This map is just generally very defensive, very macro-oriented. We often do get a lot of late game on Celestial Enclave. So I would imagine that Zaun wants to flex his late game here against ByuN. I would imagine that's the plan. So we'll see if he can. Bold move here. This also does give the opportunity for Zaun to redeem himself. Remember, Zaun, he lost earlier against SOS, and, you know, again, Zaun, he wasn't quite able to showcase his skill and his prowess. Okay, let's go. Let's go as we're getting into the next game. Getting into the next game, we're getting into Celestial Enclave here. Sorry, the players are bantering. Bantering, Pat. But here we go. And again, there's a lot to get into when it comes to just how hyper defensive, how hyper greedy you can be. You can try to take advantage of that as well, right? You can try to metagame, assume that your opponent is being hyper greedy, and try to punish that greed as well. There are some chances, some opportunities. We'll see as we are loading in. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Celestial Enclave, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss. Oh, the South Korean Protoss player himself representing his boy, representing Team herO. It is Zaun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. The blue Terran player himself. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Maru. It is ByuN. Here we go. He is his officer, his right-hand man, if you will. As a reminder, Maru's first pick. He could pick anyone, by the way. He had the entire roster available. Maru was the first to pick the starting player, and out of all players, Maru, he picked ByuN. Like, ByuN was it's his boy, Papi. It's his boy. ByuN is someone who he can rely upon, and here we go. ByuN does go for the racks back at home. Fake proxy racks here, especially after what just happened in the last game. ByuN is going for some mind games. He's going for some mind games here. He's trying to make it look like he's going for some cheese when really he is not. After cheesing Rogue. Probe moves in, does see a single gas, confirms the racks is missing, and he should check behind the main. Behind the natural even. Okay, checking the natural base. There's no CC first. There's no racks. Does check the wall, and he will confirm the rack's location. There we go. A very common location here for the proxy racks, and does confirm that there is no proxy. It's a standard opener out of ByuN, and Zaun confirms it. So far, so good. So far, so good. As Zaun gets eyes on the CC. No shenanigans early on. Zaun is fully aware. Okay. Here we go. Likewise, behind this we have Zaun setting up standard opener, just gate expand into Cybercore. It's going to be opening up. From here we can go into Stargate opener, Twilight Council. Tech options are available here. Often it is safe to open up Blink and Twilight Council, but on a larger map like this you can get away with a Stargate. As the Reaper is going to be zoned away. And the Reaper is zoned away. Twilight Council here out of Zaun. Opening up Twilight Council. It does open up. Likewise, ByuN does get behind the middle line, just trying to get a scout off. Does confirm the Twilight Council open out of Zown. Is aware. And from here, we can just open up Blink. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count here of Zown, going 1, 2, 3 Gate Blink Stalker. Up to 4 even. We'll keep an eye on him as ByuN is opening up with the early drop. Building up his bio. Cyclone, Medevac is on the way. We're not opening up Banshee or, say, Raven or anything of that nature. Not yet. But now ByuN will be moving out. And again, we're just entering a longer later game state. I didn't really get into it just because the early game that was going on and the mind games that were taking place, but here on Celestial Enclave, it is a very large map, longer rush distance by ground. On top of that, there is that pocket expansion as well, essentially a free base you can take as a 3rd, 4th, or 5th later on. So a free expansion, longer rush distance, more defensive natural as well, with a ramp coming into the natural. And as a result, we often do see longer games. We often see slower games here, as ByuN is going to be going a Medevac drop in towards Hyperflight Rotors. Okay, into Banshee play, into Hyperflight Rotors. A bold move here by ByuN. Heading into Speed Banshees. The Speedy Boy is back. Now, we have seen an uptick in the rise in popularity of Speed Banshees over the past year of play. The reasoning for this is because it is quite common for Protoss players to open up with fast robos and fast detection. You can see it here, that is a robo before the 3rd expansion. So fast observers, fast detection. Because of that, Cloak Banshees are a little bit less useful here in this matchup, more so than previously, just because of how the meta has evolved over time. So instead, we have seen Speed Banshees to, instead of relying on Cloak, because that's unreliable, to get across the map and out-micro your opponents and be able to pick away at some probes here and there, pull away, preserve your Banshee, and get more damage. And meanwhile, Blink is now done. Zowny gets into the pocket expansion, picks off a depot, nothing major yet. At the same time, Adepts are on the left hand side, shading into the mineral line. We'll see if Zown can break through. So far, picking away the Marines. Adepts, they don't quite commit. There's a full wall here at the ramp. Would you have a full wall up? It was only 3 Gate Blink. Recalls back home. Does race back. Banshees are now moving out. And Zown, no major damage. She was able to pick off a depot, pick off a Marine here and there. Nothing major. Banshees, they're going to be dealt with though. Very nice Blink, catching out the first Banshee. And so far, so far, Hyperflight Rotors was not worth it. So far was not worth it. This was a big investment by ByuN. And he's down to 1 Banshee. Down to 1. As ByuN is looking for another way in. Stalkers, they move out across the map, so there is an opening here at the 3rd. No battery, there are no units in position. And damage is being done. Getting 1 and 2 probes, denying mining. Stalkers are still across the map. Zown is distracted. As the Banshee makes his way all the way into the into the main, back into the natural. At the same time, we do see the Prism harassing, attempting to at least. Does harass, does poke in. Does poke forward. Oh, ooh, very nice catch. ByuN shutting down the Prism. Prism goes down. Adepts are stuck in the main. Forced to commit. Remember, recalls on cooldown. And Adepts, they will go down. They trade as best they can, getting 4 SCV kills, almost 5. They trade. Oh, Stalkers, they run into the tanks. And ByuN catching Zown with his pants down. Not like this. Zown is struggling. And ByuN, he establishes his 3rd. The 3rd base is getting up. We have Stim, +1, combat shields. All the upgrades are lined up as well. On the one hand, the Banshees were lackluster. On the other hand, though, since then, with the Prism, the Stalkers, the Adepts, ByuN has had some nice trades. And his economy here is looking solid. He's on 3 bases. He's got mules. He is keeping up with Zown. Likewise, Zown claiming his 4th base. If you recall, we were critical of Creator, for example, in his series against Bunny, where Creator's 4th was very delayed. Here, the 4th is fine, right? The 4th is getting up. Zown is expanding. I mean, there's been significantly less pressure on Zhao in comparison to Creator. So Zhao has a much more comfortable economy coming into a longer game, and that means he can afford a second Robo. Yeah, second Robo, second Forge. Again, we're macroing up into the mid game. At the same time, ByuN is dropping in towards the expansion, into the pocket. Yeah, I think the Pylon did spot this. Yep, Pylon did spot. Zhao can respond. And we're soon getting in towards the mid to late game. So we have Zhao perfecting his army, getting to Colossus, soon to be Disruptors as well. More Robos are finishing up, more Disruptors. At the same time, we do have ByuN across the map building up his own Viking count. Second Starport is on the way, more Reactors are on the way, into more Vikings, the Ghost Academy as well, into Ghost Viking Bio Lib. Forcing a bit of friendly fire. But again, the game is slowing down. As I mentioned before, at the beginning of the series or the beginning of this game, Celestial Enclave is known for the late game, and we are getting into the late game. We're getting there. The map itself just favors defensive play. Right? It just favors defensive players, defensive styles. Pushing into this entrenched position is going to be difficult for any player. So both just backing off and macroing up. Interesting that Zhao did stop at 2 Colossus, only 2. Switching faster into Disruptors. Prism gets caught out, does not get away. Drops are still active. From here, Zhao can make a decision to try to switch into Skytoss, or try to get ready to switch into Skytoss with like a Stargate and a Fleet Beacon and upgrades. For now, though, we're still maxing out. And Zhao is going for DTs instead. Okay, going for the Dark Shrine. DTs, they can be a useful tool harassing, especially in the late game. Zhao is taking his half of the map. ByuN should be as well. Yep, there's that 5th CC. Sorry, 4th CC, I should say. As ByuN is expanding on the left-hand side, and ByuN he's still saving that that pocket base. Actually, double expanding. Okay, claiming top left and top right. So ByuN is double expanding. Zhao is rotating over. He does spot that ByuN attempts to expand here towards left-hand side, and Zhao is here to try to delay the 4th. So big moment here for Zhao, catching out the Marines, almost catching the SCVs. Both armies are maxed. And again, the win condition for Zhao is, I mentioned before, Zhao pushing into the 3rd is going to be very difficult. Pushing into the 4th base, though, different story. So he's here to deny the 4th. Technically, this 4th is now turning into a 5th base because ByuN is going for the pocket. So he's building up his pocket expansion. We see ByuN instead rotating towards the center. Observer does spot the rotation. Zhao himself double expanding. And now that our players are maxed out, we're building up those banks. We have a 3rd Robo on the way. This confirms that Zhao wants to commit to a ground-focused army. He is not making a switch or into like a Fleet Beacon and a Mothership or into Tempest. At the same time, ByuN still has not gotten into Liberators. That should be his next step. Center base is being denied. At the same time, Master Zealot run by. Ooh, does run into depots. Yeah, A moves into depots. ByuN is ready here with the SimCity. Likewise moving in. Likewise he moves in. He does threaten the mineral line. Oh, killing his own units, freeing up supply. Killing some of his own stalkers. Prism gets in, going for the Zealot Warp, and at the same time, Zealots, they do get into the main. Sorry, they do push in towards the 3rd. Zealots in the main base. SCVs are going to be going down. Catching out 10 SCVs, not bad. 12 SCV kills. Down he pushes in. Here come the Novas. Gets one ghost. And piece off it goes, but the Colossus are being bullied back. Down, he doesn't really gain much ground here, but he does get 13 SCV kills. So nice harass, nice drop. You can see ByuN is showing himself up. He's throwing down even more turrets to make sure that doesn't happen again. Got the ring of turrets up, back. All the turrets. Sounds for shocking around. He's got 5 Novas. 2 Novas going up. Ooh, decent connections, not bad. And zoning back the army. Disruptors are exposed. Losing 1, losing almost 2. Colossus gets picked off. The Vikings, they do well for themselves. They trade well. And down, it looks like he does have enough charge slots. He's pushing in. He's chasing. Catching a medevac. Down, he has to be careful though. He has to respect the army. Down, frantically trading. The downside here, he did lose all 3 Colossus, or all 2. Colossus count was reset. He's down to disruptors. Oh, we have 1 Colossus waddling. Oh no, the Colossus! No! Instantly thrown away. Instantly, as the Prism weaves himself in. The more Prism we bob, we weave, we get through all the turrets. Zelts into the main. Zanny can push forward. He can push forward here as 5 SCVs go down. It's one of those things where ByuN he got a ring of turrets here at the pocket base, but not in the main. Yeah, no turrets. Novas, they connect. They catch out ByuN. And Zan is pushing in. He's gaining ground here. Getting on top of the CC. Novas, they turn back the army. Oof. Nothing major yet. Just forcing back the army, killing 2 command centers actually and 20 SCVs. The Prism is still alive. I spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Prism finally goes down, but that's still 20 SCV kills and 2 expansions. Again, here there was an opening and down he went for it. He went straight into the main. There's just a big gap in the defense of ByuN. Novas, they keep connecting. Oh, a nice catch on the disruptors. Yeah, disruptors here extends. Zaun overextends, losing 4 disruptors. So many disruptors go down. Expensive losses here for Zaun. But it's about the economy here. Zaun is still maintaining the bases, maintaining the economy. Oh my god, that's going to be 12 DTs. 12 Dark Templar warping in. That's a lot of Invisible Man. They're coming. We can see that ByuN is now finally transitioning into Liberators. He's getting there. Disruptors getting caught out. Miscontrol here by Zaun, losing 3 disruptors. At the same time, DTs, they take down the expansion. They get the CC. That's all that matters here. Zaun, he was careless with his disruptors. That is true. But at the same time, he sniped an expansion. And ByuN is hurting. ByuN is running out of money. He's running out of money here. He has limited income in his main, limited income in his natural. DT blinking in towards the pocket base. Army pushes in. Liberators are exposed. And ByuN is being torn apart. He cannot keep up. He cannot keep up with Zaun. Zaun, he's left, he's right. Prism into the main. DT counterattacks. DT's blinking in. And ByuN, he's barely hanging on by a thread. Meanwhile, Zaun remaxes. Zaun is remaxed with Colossus. The Viking count is very low. We're down to 3 Vikings. They've been getting lower and lower over time. Only 3 Vikings left over. Likewise, a very low Liberator count as well. Only 3. Oh my god, massive connection. The Novas connect. The Novas are brutal. Yeah, Novas are brutal. Getting 1, getting 2 Liberators. Still a very low Viking count. And Zaun is doing it. Zaun is doing it. Throughout all of this, he's been just picking away at the SCVs. Picking away at workers. We have another Zealot run by GT counterattack, I should say. 17 SCVs going down. And again, ByuN cannot keep up. No Zaun, not anymore. The trades are too brutal. Disruptors are thrown away, but a miscontrol here by Zaun, but it's fine. He can afford to miscontrol. He's far enough ahead. As he throws away the disruptors, he throws away Colossus. But again, the economy doesn't exist. There's nothing here, papi. There's nothing here. 27 SCVs. 28 SCV kills. There was a DT in the main. The RAS proved to be too much. And ByuN, this is what we have left. ByuN is all in. He's down to this final army, down to 26 SCVs. And ByuN's being overrun. GG gets called, and Zown, he fights back. He does put a point on the board, and he takes a win here for Team herO. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Zown, he does claim the win here. He does put a point on the board, and he does redeem himself after his loss versus SOS previously. Takes the win over ByuN. He takes down Maru's right hand. GG, well played. Whew, ByuN, he is knocked out. He's knocked out of the all-kill format, and now it's going to be up to Team Maru to decide who do they pick next. Who will rise to the challenge here? Who do they send out against Zown? Let's go. Let us go. Who is going to be sent out? As we're catching up. We're catching up, baby. Yeah. But yes, Team herO versus Team Maru. We're tied up 1-1. Looks like we have our next map already here. Okay. We have our next map. It is going to be on Title Citadel. Let's go. Whew, let us go. Here we go. As you can see here, so far we have a bit of a back and forth when it comes to our all-kill formats. ByuN took the win over herO, Zown took down ByuN, and now we have our map. It is going to be on Title Citadel, but who is Zown's next opponent? Who's it going to be for Team Maru? Oh. It's the rematch, papi. Let's go. If you were here for the Pro League formats, who took down Zown in the Pro League formats? It was SOS. It was SOS, and here he comes. SOS has made his return. He's back to claim the win once again. Oh boy. Here we go. SOS, he has returned. He took him down previously in the best of one. Can he do it again? Can he do it again here? Let's go. Un momento. As we are getting ready for our next game, and I do need a moment, so 1 moment here. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I heard something happening in the next room. Just had to make sure everything was okay. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into game number 3 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Title Citadel. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. He's here for who? He's here for Team Maru. It is SOS. I'll fix up his... There we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss. For Team herO, it is Zown. Here we go. As we're getting to our next game, we're getting to our next matchup here. We do have the continuation here of our rivalry. If you recall, SOS and Zown, this is a rematch. They did face off in the Pro League format, and SOS did bring Zown down in a very... I don't want to say it's very one-sided, but in a pretty comfortable game. Like, SOS was very comfortable previously against Zown that was on Winter Madness, if I recall correctly. Actually, sorry, I can just double check. Yeah, it was on Winter Madness, and we'll see if he can do it again. We'll see if Zown can redeem himself. Can he get his revenge? Can he fight back? Oh, hello. My. Okay, a couple of things here. Gate expand. Gate expand into a delayed cybercore. This is one of the greediest builds you can go for. This is hyper greed out of SOS. And if you remember, SOS got away with this build on Winter Madness. This time, Zhao preemptively is going for the proxy. He's going for the one base all-in. Zhao doesn't even scout. But based on what happened in the previous series, Zhao is assuming greed, and he's here to punish. This is a blind counter that Zhao is going for. A blind one base all-in against, again, one of the greediest builds possible in PvP. So this is leaning heavily towards down. It's leaning heavily towards down here. SOS going for the safety shield battery. SOS, he has gone for a delayed probe scout, so he doesn't even know how much danger he's in. SOS does not know he's going to be opening up Sentry, opening up Hallucination. He needs a Robo defensively as soon as possible. A Stargate can be okay, but the Robo would be ideal. Here comes a Hallucination. There comes the Stargate. He can make defensive Void Rays. And he will scout. Big scout here. Before even getting into the main base, he confirms the proxy Robo. He knows. Yeah, he is aware. Likewise, Zhao, he also knows he's been scouted. So both players, they see each other. They confirm. Going for the Forge response here. If you remember, this is the max response. He's going for Void Rays and Cannons. Cannons, Shield Batteries, Void Rays. Because this early on, your production is so limited, right? SOS, he has one Gateway and one Stargate. Like, you can't really produce much here off of your production buildings, so you need Cannons and Shield Batteries to defend. They're going to be a big part of the defense. The scary thing, though, with a proxy Robo, because of the Warp Prism, is that Zhao, he can commit an all-in into the natural or into the main base. You have to dedicate site defense to both locations. You have to give it to both. Adepts, they do bust into the main. They go for the Sentry. Sentry goes down. Yeah, nice pick up. Sentry does fall. Shades into the mineral line. Probes going to be getting picked off. No economy whatsoever here. 2 probes go down. We have 2 adepts per base here. Zhao, calm down. Yeah, there's Zhao popping off, catching up more workers. 3, 4 probe kills. Getting up to 5, getting up to 6. Do we get 6? Uno más. Casito. There we go. 6 probes go down. Not quite 7. But nice economic damage. Zhao, here comes the main fight. Here comes the main all-in. He's got 3 Stalkers. He's got the Immortal, got the Sentry, got the Adept, got the Warp Prism. With that, of course, he can micro back. We have a second Void Ray on the way. Army does push in. Gets a Sentry. Sentry goes down. The battery is helping quite a bit. Keeping the Void Ray up and running. Prismatic Alignment is activated, and we have to wait out Prismatic Alignment. Ideally, you wait it out. We have 3 more batteries on the way. I should say 2 more. 1 at the ramp. Army does collapse in. There's Guardian Shield. Going for the Void Ray. Can he 2-shot? Oh, we can. Yeah, 2 shots of Void Ray. There's 1 Void Ray left. Down to half HP. There's Prismatic Alignment. Once again, we respect it. Oh, he wants it though. Yeah, he wants that Void Ray. Once again, trying to force his way in. The Stalkers are so low on HP. Nice, so close. 1 more volley. Can he get the Void Ray? Oh my god. Yeah, 1 more volley. Void Ray goes down. GG gets called, and Zhao with the hard counter. Zhao going for the proxy. GG gets called, and Zhao takes the lead for himself and for his team. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Zhao, he gets his revenge. Oh, where did I go? Oh, there we go. Zhao, he gets his revenge. He takes down SOS here. Again, Zhao blindly went for the 1-base all-in proxy Robo. SOS blindly went for, just like last time, a very greedy build. Went for a Gateway into Expansion, into Cybercore, into Stargate. A very, very greedy build here from SOS. He was shut down. He was all-in, and he was broken. We did see that to begin it all, of course, we had the Adept Harass, crazy Adept Harass in the bases, hindering and crippling the economy. That did slow down the amount of stack defense because it was a big portion where there was 0 mineral income. That slows down the cannons, that slows down the shield batteries. That was a big part as to why this hit as hard as it did, just because SOS had a shaky start dealing with those adepts, or failing to deal with the adepts. But GG, well played. herO, he does continue, or Team herO, I should say, they continue their reign here. They continue their ability to recover. They're on the road here to potentially the ace match. Let's go. As Zhao, he does win the next game. And ByuN is now on a 2-game win streak. ByuN, he took down ByuN, he took down SOS. ByuN, he's on that win streak. And who can stop him? Who can bring down ByuN? Who's up next? Who is up next? Ah. Here we go. Here we go. As it is up to our team here. Team Maru looks like they have picked our map. It is going to be on Tourmaline. Okay, so again, the pressure's on Maru. The pressure's on Team Maru. They have to decide amongst themselves. How do they approach ByuN? How do they answer the problem that is ByuN? It's time. It's time. He has yet to play tonight. He's yet to play tonight, and it is his own teammates. Both were on Team Vitality, both on onside. And there's some banter happening in the chat. Oh no. So ByuN, he was like, hi, the final boss has arrived. Crying face emoji. Who is it? I mean, you can see here, Maru. Maru, it's time. It's time for the captain to show up and show his team how it's done. Maru has arrived. ByuN, crying face emoji. ByuN saying, oh, it's the final boss. Oh no. Again, they are good friends. They are teammates, of course. And oh boy. Oh Jesus, Maru, he has a lot to say. Hold on. When I'm whipping out the Google Translate. Maru's laughing. Anika. Oh, he's just saying like, oh no, the final boss has arrived. he's just repeating what ByuN said. Basically. But here we go. Here we go. As we're going to be loading into a very small map. One of the smallest maps in the map pool. Hyper aggression is favored here. We're going to be loading into Tourmaline. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the... Oh, I should have flipped our players over here. There we go. We have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, typically representing onside his team, but here he is representing Team herO. It is ByuN. Currently on a 2-game win streak, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the final boss. We have the team captain of his own team, of course, representing Team Maru. It is Maru. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. We have our next game here, and we'll see if Maru can redeem himself and redeem his team and begin that comeback, as they are currently at a deficit. Can he tie things up once again? Let's go. Let us go. Again, Maru, there's a reason why he's a team captain. He is the best Terran player in South Korea, one of the best players in the world. I would say himself alongside herO. It's why they're the 2 team captains, of course. Both Maru and herO. They are the best in Korea. That's why they're the respective teams. And oh boy, he is a mountain to climb. It's a mountain. Double gas open out of Maru. Now, when it comes to Maru's TVP, he is very aggressive. He is hyper aggressive, very chaotic as well. Maru is willing to embrace the late game, but specifically on Tourmaline, we're not thinking late game. No, sure, we're not thinking late game. We're thinking early to mid game. We're thinking 2 base play, 3 base play, 2 base all-ins. That's what is on my mind. And already with a double gas opener, it already means a faster factory. So Maru, he does kick things off here with the earlier tech. And we'll see where this leads us. We'll see if ByuN can keep up. Let's go. Let us go. As ByuN, he is scouting here on the right hand side. I mean, the big thing here for ByuN is to check for a proxy Stargate. I should say check for a proxy starport to make sure there's no like medevac drop into the main base or any kind of shenanigans going on across the map. We can see, of course, just racks a factory into CC. Maru is expanding. No 1 base all in. No all in. So players are amassing. Oh. Reaper does pick in. Cashing in a probe. So nice cash there by Maru. Behind this, going to be following up with a mine drop. So now we see the purpose of the initial opener. Faster factory into faster widow mines, into widow mine drop across the map. This can lead, of course, into earlier tech labs, into add-ons, into earlier tech behind this, into, say, Banshee play, Raven play. We'll see what the follow-up is after the mine drop. This is merely only the beginning. Only the beginning. And because the double gas opener, it's not going to be a standard double mine drop, it's going to be a triple mine drop instead. Now what this means is something that's important about TVP when you go for a mine drop is that as the Protoss player, you don't know how many widow mines are in the medevac. The standard is 2 widow mines, so you're expecting to. Because of this, the Terran player can be cheeky with that third mine, either keep it hidden inside the medevac and try to catch them off guard, or even drop off 1 widow mine ahead of time to wardle into the bases while they're distracted. So we'll see. As Maru moves out, meanwhile, Zaun throws down extra gateways. We have 3 gateways in the main base, so it's going to be 3-gate blink with a robo. Very safe play here by Zaun, but it comes down to his control, it comes down to his micro. As Maru's dropping into the main. There we go, dropping into the main base. Likewise, the widow mines are revealed. Reveals all 3. Jesus. Does split. Does split. Does avoid. So far killing 1 probe. And the other mine does buy some time. Yeah, third widow mine into the natural. Zaun does react, does pull away, and so far has handled himself well. Does lose mining time, but will defend. Will defend with minimal losses. Zaun does hold. And behind this, we see the follow-up here. Interesting. Not going for the tech lab on the starport, going for the tech lab on the Raxes. We have early stim. So mass bioproduction, early stim at Maru. That's already a lot of Marines. It's going to hit quite hard. This will hit hard. So building up the the Marine Marauder. Yeah, building up. Raven harass into the main. So far, good reactions. So far, minimal losses. Zaun can threaten the main base, but he has no War Prism. He can't reinforce, but he can at least scout what's going on. As he's just now, for the first time, dipping into the main. Does spot the Raxes. Does spot the add-ons. The upgrades. He knows. Zaun is now fully aware that essentially the follow-up here is going to be lacking tanks, right? A standard follow-up into a standard game would be getting 1, 2, 3 tanks, defending back at home, and expanding. Here, Maru is being hyper-aggressive, rushing into the bio upgrades, which is not normal. And this move-out isn't normal either. It's huge. Here we go, Maru. He pushes. Stim is done in 5 seconds. Combat shields in 10. Zaun, he's slowing this down. So far, so good. Picking up a Marine here and there. Oof. Observer gets caught out. Zaun does pull away. Pulls away, pulls back. Maru committing across the map. Does him in. A-Sims forward. Going for the third. He's trying to force a cancel. Can he break down that third base for now? Diving towards the natural. Zoning back the army. Can he bait out the mine shots? Baits out 2. Baits out both widow mines. Warping in more zealots, just trying to buy more time. So far, so good out of Zaun. So far, he's holding. Yeah, Zaun, he's holding on. He does defend. He saves the third. Oh, blinks on in. The mine shots. Oh my god. Widow mines do punish. Nice blink control here. Oh, sorry, I should say nice stepping out of Maru. Cashing out the blink stalkers. And that was a rough trade. Yeah, rough trade here. That was, what, 3 full stalkers going down, mine shots going off, and Maru, he's breaking the main army. That was 4 stalkers going down. That was a bold blink out of Zaun. Okay, we're locking in. We're locking in. Maru, he's so close to breaking Zaun here and now. We're down to a handful of zealots. And we need those charge loss. We need that buffer. Without it, these stalkers are so vulnerable. So vulnerable, so exposed. We still have Maru rallying across the map. Behind this, going for a delayed third TC. Is almost done. And Maru still has the army lead. He still has momentum. Oh, Auto charge to harass. Maru still being active. Yeah, rushing forward. Let's rush in. He's got forward lines behind this, dragging the army forward. Yeah, might they pop up? Nice do pop off. Nice run by here by ByuN. Distracting Maru. Cashing out a handful of SCVs. And Maru turns around. Maru, he turns around to race back home. Zealous, they do overwhelm some of the reinforcements. We get a messy defense here from Maru. And he goes all the way back home. And ByuN expands. Okay, ByuN, he's got some breathing room. Forces back the army. Maintains his third base, now claiming a fourth. Colossus are on the way. Extendable lands +1. ByuN is stabilizing. Oh! Gets a full medevac. Yeah, medevac goes down. One Widowmine barely survives. And ByuN, can he get away? No! He does barely get away with 3 Stalkers at least, but he gets punished. So we still have a back and forth trade. Maru still has that army, still has that momentum. But for now, we're stuck at home. Now just sharking around the map. Another Zealot run by. ByuN trying to fight for map control. He does miss the main army. Uh-oh. Maru making his way over towards the 4th base, and ByuN's out of position. Yeah, ByuN, he's completely out of position here. Loses the cannon, shield battery, pylon as well. Does he lose the expansion? No shot. The 4th! Oh god! Yeah, the 4th base is low. ByuN has arrived. Cashing at the Widowmine, chasing the main army. ByuN, he will hold on, but here come the reinforcements. Here comes the rest of the army of Maru. Maru, he still has that army lead. ByuN still has yet to stabilize. He almost has. But ByuN, he still needs more time. As Maru's rushing across, it looks like he will claim the expansion. Massive pickoff. As ByuN cannot expand. Catching the ghost. Ghost goes down. Oh, nice EMP. EMP lands. Novas, they do zone away. We get a decent connection. There's one Nova left. Nova goes off. Oh my god, the splits are not there. The splits aren't there, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it does not matter here. Maru, he sims and he wins. He denies the warp in. Vikings, they land. They shut down the Colossus. They keep on pushing. And there's barely an army standing. Once again, we have some decent Novas here. Zelza coming from behind. ByuN is holding. It's a messy defense, but he barely holds on. But remember, he lost his 4th. The 4th base did go down. So even though ByuN, he survived, he's not really living. He's not really thriving here. ByuN is barely treading water. Maru's here to knock him down. Never goes off. No connection. There's one Nova left. Grazing the army, and that was the final Nova. Now we can sim. Now we can win. Yeah, Maru, he's upset. He lost his boy. ByuN went down. He lost his boy, ByuN. He's here for him, Pappy. He's here for him. Oh, nice run by. Very nice run by here, claiming 6 SCVs. And that's nice, but we need more. ByuN needs more damage. He needs more time. I mean, hey, the Zealots, they do a lot of damage. They catch out 10 SCVs, even catches the reinforcements. Maru turns back around. ByuN, he does get his 4th base, and now a 5th base on the way. No shot, ByuN recovers. I mean, he's on the road. He's on the road to recovery. Here comes the Maynard. 15 SCVs went down to those run bys, by the way. That's not insignificant. Okay. ByuN. He's holding on. ByuN, he's holding on. Very impressive here. As ByuN is again taking more expansions. The gas income is very limited, I will say, for ByuN. It is quite limited. He's still only on 3 gases. Scanner reveals top left. Maru, he does make a beeline for that expansion. Zan is aware he's trying to race over. He's trying to rotate. Yeah, but Zan is out of position and this space is forfeit. He tries to recall. Saves a handful of probes. Here comes a run by. Right through the center. Bold move. I mean, he will catch a Marauder. Okay. Does catch a Marauder. Main army collapsing in. Zan, can he deal with this army? Nice Nova. Nova goes off. Zolsave rotates to the right hand side. They're making their way in towards the third. Can Zan outmaneuver Maru? He's going for it. Zelt's slipping by. Maru turns back around. SCVs are exposed. Not bad. Does get a handful of SCVs. Maru's pushing in. Denies the warp in. Ooh, does deny that warp in. Massive pickup. 7 SCVs go down. Again, we have a lot of rotating, a lot of positioning. Both armies are being very active. Zels, they sit by, they sit past. Trying to catch reinforcements, a little bit indecisive here by Zan. He turns around. Turns back around, Maru's maxed. Pushing towards the southern expansion. Blinking forward, bold blink. He's crazy. Yeah, blinks in. Disruptor's going to be thrown away. Losing one. Yeah, losing one disruptor. A messy fight here from Zan. He might lose even more disruptors. Losing 2. Losing 3. Oh god, 3 disruptors go down at the same time. Zels, busts into the third. They bust into the main base. SCVs are falling. And we're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. But again, Zan lost a lot in the base trade already. He lost so many disruptors. Army keeps pushing. We have disruptors coming in from behind. We're getting messy. Oh, there's a scanning seas. Or he's aware there's disruptors. Colossus is exposed. Massive pickup. Colossus goes down. Up. Nova doesn't quite connect. Yeah, Nova's don't connect. Maru, he defends and he attacks. Yeah, Maru's done it. He has broken the main. Shout out to Zan though. Zan was playing from behind for almost the entire game, by the way. Like Zan, he never had the economic lead. He was never ahead. I mean, he never was up in workers. He was always behind economically. Like Zan, he was treading water for so long in this game, but he fought his heart out. It was crazy. The non-stop Zealot run by Zealot counterattacks, they were working. A lesser player, even a greater player, would have been gone long ago. But Zan, he held his own for a long time. It's a very impressive play here by Zan. He will still get knocked out, but GG gets called. Maru does tie things up for himself and for his team. GG. GG, well played. Again, Maru, he was stepping in as the favored player, of course, but despite that, I was impressed. I was impressed here by Zan. He was down and out. I thought it was down and out like, what, 8 minutes ago, but he held his own. He was able to survive, barely hold on, taste expansions, harass, counterattack, catch out part of the army. Zan, he fought his heart out, and imagine if he had an economy. Imagine if he had some bases and some gas mining as well. But GG, well played with that. Maru, he does fight back. He does put a point on the board, and now we're tied up again. We're tied up 2-2, and now the question falls to Team herO. Who can snipe Maru? Let's go. Who can snipe him? I mean, I feel like there has to be one answer here. It has to be herO, right? Right? I mean, I say that, what maps do we have left here? So we're burning through our maps as we speak. We're burning through Mothership, Celestial, Taito, Tourmaline. I see SHIN typing. Is it SHIN? No shot. Are we that crazy? Okay, Old Republic. Old Republic here is going to be the map of choice. And I believe it is going to be SHIN stepping up into the plates. Okay, bold move. I was expecting herO. I'll be honest, I was expecting herO up next, but no, SHIN is going to be stepping in, and it's going to be a TVZ. I mean, SHIN does have some crazy builds. True. Like SHIN, he's got 100%. He's got some crazy builds. SHIN, he has been very fond of 2-base Hydra, 2-base Muta, 2-base Roach, 2-base play. Like, I'm talking 320 layer timings has been the standard for SHIN. He even went for it previously in his previous series. Remember, in the Pro League format, it was SHIN versus ByuN. It was SHIN versus ByuN, and SHIN, he tried to go 2-base Hydra with 53 drones, and SHIN, he, if you recall, did get caught out in the open. The build was meant to work, and it looked like it was going to work as well, but did slip up. Oh no, it's not SHIN! It's not SHIN, Pappy! No! For some reason, SHIN, he announced who it was going to be. It's SHIN versus, sorry, it's Classic. I like this more. Okay, I like this a lot more. So for some reason, SHIN is deciding instead of herO. The herO, he was like, take the wheel, Pappy, take the wheel. You got SHIN is his right hand. Okay. His right hand. So SHIN, he they send out Classic. Team herO, they send out Classic. SHIN was the spokesman, I should say. It's gonna be Maru versus Classic up next. This I feel like does make a lot of sense here. Classic, he has some of the best PvT in the world. He is one of the best Protoss players in the world as well. He's top 3, sometimes even top 2, sometimes even top 1. Sorry, I'll say he's top 2, sometimes even top 1. Like Classic and herO, right? Classic and herO, they have their strengths, they have their weaknesses. There's a reason why Classic was the ace pick for herO. And let's go. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself representing Team herO. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing himself as he's representing Team Maru. It's the captain himself. It's the captain. It is Maru. But in my mind, there are two players that I would rely upon, that I have faith in on herO's team to bring Maru down. And that's Classic and herO, right? Those are the two Protoss players, the two best Protoss players in the world that can bring Maru down. And it looks like they're saving herO. And they're going to be sending out Classic. Okay, let's go. Well, let us go. And we'll see if they can end Maru's run, or if Maru's run will continue. Let's go. We are loading into the Old Republic. This is one of the larger maps in the map pool. It's a little bit easier here to gain map control from the Protoss. I will say that Protoss is typically favored on the Old Republic as well. True, there's a lot coming into this here because of the map pick. I do like this for Classic. So, for those that are somewhat familiar with TVP, or even if you're not, let's get into it. In Terran versus Protoss, if we get into the mid game and work towards a longer game state here, because of Tourmaline, because we loaded into such a small map, that's one of the reasons why Zan had such a hard time, right? Zan, he had such a hard time maintaining his 3rd and 4th and 5th bases. Because the map was so small, Maru was able to be hyper aggressive. He was being hyper aggressive and Zan could not keep up, and he was falling apart at the seams. He held in there for a long time, but again, as we were trying to emphasize, Zan, he never had a comparable economy to Maru. It just never happened. On a larger map like the Old Republic, or like Winter Madness, or like White Rabbit, or even a little bit of Taito Citadel, on these larger maps, it is easier, it is more comfortable for the Protoss player to expand, to gain map control, and for the turns to the table, and for the Terran player to be contained instead, right? For the Protoss to gain map control, and for the Terran to be stuck at home. And specifically on this map, the 4th expansion, this low ground 4th base, or the linear 4th base, is difficult to claim as the Terran. Because by then, the Protoss player should have map control, they should have mass zealots, and they should be just knocking down these expansions, like time and time again. So we'll see how Maru will adjust his approach, already going for a faster CC. Last game, Maru went for a double gas opener. This time he went Rax Expand into a delayed factory. So in Rax into Tech Lab, into add-on swap, into early Cyclone to defend his earlier CC. So a very economic and safe opener here by Maru. Classic back at home, opening up Link. And it wouldn't surprise me if Classic goes for a 2-gate opener into a faster 3rd. That is an option. It's an option here. Zan had to play safe last game. Here, Classic can cut some corners. As Classic does go for the early Robo. So 2-gate blink into the Robo, into a 3rd gateway. So safe build here by Classic. The same opener that Zan went for. Same opener. He doesn't take the risk. He doesn't take the chance. He does not. Oh, I have to eat my own words. That is not the same build. Okay, I like this. The mind games. If you remember, we just went on a little like rant, a bit of a tirade, talking about the map and talking about the late game and talking about how it's difficult to for the Terran player to game a fourth base, to claim a fourth base. But it's not about a fourth. We have a 4-gate setup instead. 2 of the natural, 2 on the main base, 4-gate blink. Hyper aggression out of Classic. Classic is going for a late expansion into a heavy stalker count, into an early warp prism, into an early push across the map. Here comes that prism. So hyper aggression out of Classic. If Zan is too greedy, sorry, if hero is too greedy, hero, okay, my mind is elsewhere. All over the place. If Maru is too greedy, if Maru is too economic, then he will be caught with his pants down and he'll be overwhelmed, he'll be broken. Mind drop is coming in and Maru has to get a read on how many gateways there are. Stalker's in position. Yeah, medevac goes down. Massive pickoff. Limited scouting, the mind drop does get in, and we're going to be able to pick off, like, oh, the retargeting though, very nice. Yeah, 1 mind shot goes off. 1 more as well. Blink does deal with the window mine. Clash defends, and Classic he pushes. He's pushing out across the map, now he has nothing to worry about. The mind drop has been dealt with. Classic even going for the Templar Archives before expanding. Interesting. Going into Faster Storm, not Colossus. But here comes a Prism, and here comes the Warp in. We're expecting the warp in, I should say. Down, sorry, Maru, he's ready. Maru does zone. And Classic doesn't warp in. Again, his third base is delayed. He has a late third base, and Classic doesn't warp in across the map. He's hunting for the Raven. The Raven does turn around and come back home. The Jukes here. The Jukes are real. Maru gets back. And I would say this is now a worse start for Classic. Because Classic, what did he do? He went for a late expansion. He went for, yeah, just a late expansion here in favor of all these gateways, in favor of all these stalkers, and he doesn't get much done here. Sniping that medevac and sniping the warp prism, sorry, sniping the Widowmine drop could have been done with 3 gateways. So now a shaky start for Classic. Shaky start. Now he's expanding, now he's building up. Is getting earlier storm. Now I would imagine we're getting to early storm because Classic wants to go for an early push at the third. I would imagine wants to break the third base. Here comes a prism. Here comes the, actually, sorry, going for a storm drop. Okay, we're 10 seconds away. Again, this explains the early storm. We're going for the drop. At the same time, ideally, Classic does want to distract. Drop comes in. Ooh, storm lands, getting 1, getting 2 storms. And that's gonna be 7 SCVs. 7 SCVs go down. Oh, did I say 7? Getting up to 9. Yeah, 9 SCV kills. Nice damage here by Classic. He pulls away. Stalkers, they move in. They catch every tank. I'm gonna save for free. Barely does go down for, I want to say 1 Stalker. 1 Stalker. Very good trades here for Classic. 9 SCVs in the tank for 1 Stalker. High Templar, they pull back home. And Classic, sure, his third base was late, but now he makes up for it. He's gotten his damage, he makes up for it. Behind this, Maru's expanding, going first and third. Classic still being active. Moving out with his prism. He does move out here on the right hand side. Does attempt to move out. So far, Maru, he's able to maintain his position. Sieging up his tanks, fully walling off. And now it's time for Maru to do what he does best, turtle. If you notice here, he's turtling up. He's already going to Liberator production. He's going to Ghosts. Again, he's ignoring any kind of Vikings, as he did confirm Storm was a follow-up, not Colossus. But it's all Maru to turtle up here on 3 bases. And Classic shouldn't push into the third. Remember, we spoke about specifically the 4th expansion, right? The 4th base is more open, is more exposed, and Classic should be poking and prodding, but shouldn't really commit until the 4th is taken. It would be, I feel like, a mistake if he does overcommit here. He does spot the Liberators. Stormdrill comes in, but not many SCVs. Oh. But yo, where are we going? We're getting adventurous. Oh my god. Lands 1, lands 2 storms. But this was not worth it. The Prism is going to go down. Both had Templar as well. It's Classic. He flew too close to the sun. This was not worth it. He got too greedy. And again, this was an expensive trade. Ooh, the prism goes down, wasted the recall. The recall is spent, and that's 2 High Templar dead. Yeah, 2 High Templar went down. Again, Classic is just far too greedy there. Maru, he's getting his 4th CC. Classic likewise getting his own 4th base operational. Switching into Colossus. And now getting a 5th. A very forward 5th base. I do like this. Setting up this expansion early here allows you to get cannons and shield batteries at a forward position to be able to lay siege upon the 4th base. Even going for the high yield gas, true. That's also another factor as well. And remember, Classic has map control. As we were speaking on in the beginning of the game, on this map on the Old Republic, it is very common. It is standard for the Protoss player to gain map control and for the Terran to be stuck turtling back at home. So Classic's going for another drop. This time there are turrets in position. Yeah, plenty of turrets. Classic pulls away. Scans looking for Classic. He's looking. As Classic does commit in. Again, he wants that 4th. Did mention that he has to wait and buy this time until the 4th base is taken. Tanks, they tank the storms. Classic opening up the attack path. Storm does zone. Again, that's a little High Templar. He still has more storms in the chamber, but alas, there's no way in. And so far, Maru has a very nice setup here. Slowly sieging up, securing that center base. Classic rotates. And if Maru can secure this position, he will max out. He will max out, and Classic's going to be in trouble. The pressure's on Classic. Shows his EMPs. Head Templar, they gotta be careful. Templar, they pull away. Yeah, they do pull away for a moment, and it's gonna be 12 heights. There's 12 Templar. But they are clumped. At the moment, they are clumped up. Goes to EMP the Stalkers. Stalkers get EMP'd, High Templar they splits, we get 1 storm, we get an okay storm initially. As the EMPs they connect with the main army. I'm still concerned about how clumped up these High Templar are. That's what 2 storms away from losing everything. Classic coming with a storm. Ooh, Prism goes down, storm is denied. EMP goes off, catching out 2 High Templar. Again, the Templar are very, very clumped. As Classic, he fails to break through. He lost his War Prism. Lost his Templar. He's down to 9 High Templar. He blinks in? Wait, what? He's crazy. Yeah, he blinks forward and the Stalkers are all going to go down. Crazy blink out of Classic. Hero, is that you? As Classic's going to lose everything. He'll lose all the Stalkers. He has to raise back, losing Colossus as well. Like, that was a crazy blink out of Classic, and deservedly so. He lost his entire army, basically. The High Templar did survive, but only the Templar. And that was not worth it. Oof. As the siege line is untouched, there's still 5 siege tanks in position with a planetary. And Classic just misjudging the situation or running out of patience, getting too desperate. We did say that Classic should be desperate because he cannot break the 4-basing Terran, but he needs to. The Templar! Oh, massive EMP. Yeah, massive EMP. We did speak on this, but the Templar, they've been clumped up. And that's going to be 6 Templar called out, Force to morph in 3 Archons. It's a lot of Templar getting caught. Classic moving in. Yeah, does try to move in, getting himself the first tank. Nice storm. Storm does land, but there's just not enough here. Yeah, there's just not enough supply, not enough zealots. This Classic has to back off. Here we go, warping in 10 Stalkers and 5 Zealots at a time. Again, Classic has to break this fourth. He's trying. But it's been some shaky fights. Some rough fights here for Classic. It's been very shaky. Maru is rotating up to the top side. Oh, this is a huge power spike for Maru, getting a 5th. A Terran player with a 5th base in TVP. I mean, that's insane. Classic, he has to stop this. He blinks in, gets one Liberator, mass EMP on the Stalkers. Yeah, the Planetary goes ham. Nice storms. Okay, some very nice storms here, but is there enough buffer? Storms aids back the army. There's a bit of a back and forth. Yeah, a bit of a back and forth. Maru, he does not have a bank. Tanks stay focused on the Colossus. He gets one. Yeah, one Colossus goes down. Does he get two? One more tank volley. Barely, not massive storms. Maru, he just takes the storms to the face. He takes the storms to the face. And as you notice something here, the 5th base is denied and Maru has no bank. As we were trying to emphasize, Maru, he's having a hard time trading. He's having a hard time maintaining these losses. And Classic may be able to overwhelm just through a battle of attrition. Remember, Classic has all these other bases. He has decent mining here. Mothership is on the way. But he has all these other expansions. He can sustain some of these losses here, even if he's trading poorly. The win condition, deny the 5th. As long as he can make sure the 5th base doesn't get up, then Maru has a hard time building up a bank. 5th base is on the way. Classic moves into the 4th. Shows the storm. Massive storm on the ramp. Ooh, storm of the SCVs as well. Storms are connecting. Can he break down the expansion? Not quite. Yeah, it doesn't get the base. It gets 18 SCVs. Classic pulls away. Warping in more Zealots. Those are some juicy connections. But now we have some liberation. Freedom has arrived. Zealots, they run into the main army. They run into the main army. Oh. EMP popping off. Going for the mass recall. Okay. S-Tech Classic. Recalls into the natural. Mothership goes down. Is this worth it? Is this worth it? He's got 2 High Templar. There's 1 Storm. There's not many High Templar with this. There's not many Storms. Classic is cornered. Yeah, he is cornered here. He's trying to get his second army up and running. Forced to recall. This was an awkward move. Very, very awkward. But he does get the Liberators. Okay. Takes down the tank, the Liberator, and he gets into the mineral line as well. That's what's important here. Ooh, massive storm. And even though the recall into the natural was lackluster, this move was worth it. This was worth it. Oh, massive storm. 15, 16 SCVs, 19. And this was the goal. 19 SCV kills denies the 5th base. As we mentioned, it's all about denying the 5th. Deny the 5th, even killing the 4th. Kills the 4th expansion. Classic's doing it. Classic, at this point he's done it. He has done it here. The win condition was break the expansions. He kills the 4th base and he kills the 5th. 22 SCV kills. Maru down to 38 workers. Maru, he barely has an economy. Maru has a large army, that's true, but he has only the army. Maru, he's committed. He has to win this fight and keep pushing. He's gonna break out. Storm zones him away. Yeah, the Storm is buying time. Stalkers, they catch reinforcements. Picking whatever they can. Classic rotates. Finds a tank. Archons, they get... Oh, they try to get under the Liberators. They try to. Yeah, messy fight there from Classic. It is messy. And again, this is where the soup, the supply even. I gotta be careful saying the soup lies. So yeah, on the soup platform. But the supply here, it's a little bit disingenuous. As Maru's down to 39 SCVs. He barely has a standing economy. Oh, does catch a Colossus. Okay. Colossus misrallies. Colossus does misrally. Maru, he has a super maxed army. That means that because of the low SCV count, he has more army. But he can't really sustain these losses here as the Liberator does trade well. Takes down so many Stalkers. Yeah, some rough trades here for Classic, losing the majority of his army. Base is going down. Maru, he has to break out. Takes down one expansion. He gets one Nexus. But what about the Remax? What about the Remax? Maru, he has to keep going. So he takes down top left. He'll take down center left. Two Nexi going down. He should take down center right as well. Good moves. Good moves out of Maru. Knocking down 3 expansions. Assuming he gets center right as well. True. Nice EMP. Yeah, EMP goes off. The cloak is not good enough. The base still goes down. Oh, but this is something that Maru can't afford. Oh, not again. Again, Maru, he kills 3 bases. That's great. That's nice and all. But Maru, this is the economy. This is it. This is all he has. No. Zell's taking it to the middle line. More CV kills. Nice EMP on the Colossus. Classic does overextend. Yeah, big overextension. Classic will lose everything. And Maru, he can win the game with his army. He's just going to go. He's just going to send it. Just send it. Send it across the map. He has to win the game with his army. As he has lost 22 SCVs. Maru's down to a 1 base economy, if that. Keep going. He's taking down top left, center left, 2 bases on the right hand side. 4 next have gone down. He's going to keep pushing. Getting more bases. And if you notice something, Classic has no gas. Classic did not take his gas gases here, so Classic is running out of gas. Classic has 4k minerals. Storm is being spent on SCVs. Meanwhile, Maru just goes to dive. He gets a Colossus. Gets 1. Carrier? Random carrier. And we're getting messy here. We're getting very, very messy. Classic, he's broke. Again, no gas here in the center. No gas on the left. No gas is here. He has the gas guys, but no mining. Classic, he's running out of money. He shouldn't be, but he is. He's running out of money. But you can see your Classic, he's like, I need gas guys. Just what's going on? He knows. No saturation. Oh, no. And with that, Classic, he cannot rebuild. He cannot build up his high-tech army. He's stuck warping in Zealots. He needs to mine gas. You can see here, he's taking gas guys intentionally. Like, he knows he needs gas. He's like, what's going on? Where is my gas? No. And again, Maru, he can win the game with this army. We're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade instead. Another expansion going down. Classic still has not noticed. Still no mining here. Still no mining here. No shot. Maru's doing it. He's doing it, papi. Takes down another expansion. Classic turns back around. And here we go. It's going to come down to one big fight. One final moment here. Classic, he can only warp in Zealots, which have their uses for sure, but I mean, it means that he can't warp in extra High Templar, extra Stalkers, extra Colossus, extra splash damage, which is important. EMP doesn't quite land. How many High Templar? 2. Yeah, 2 Templar. EMP does connect with the High Templar. No Storm. Does catch reinforcements. Colossus doing what it can. It's still quite close here. It's still very close. Catching up part of the army's also with this round. The Zealots, they're doing it. The charge lots. It's all he could make. Yeah, no Storm, only 1 Colossus, and it looks like Classic will clean this up. He barely will clean this up. It was messy. It was close. No detection. Uh-oh. No detection. The ghosts. Yeah, the ghosts are popping off. The ghosts, they killed the Colossus. No detection. The ghosts are just chilling. But GG gets called anyway. There's nothing else left here. And Classic, he will take the game and knock Maru out. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Classic, he does take the game here, does take a lead for Team herO. Very close, very clutch, very intense here. Again, Classic, he was doing well, denying bases and crippling the economy, but as we pointed out, his own economy was lackluster. He still won it in the end, but it was closer than it needs to be, because as we saw, he himself, he was trying to get gas geysers. He actually had gas geysers, but he had no saturation. He had no actual saturation there, so his economy was lacking. His economy was a little bit messy, and things were looking dire there towards the end for Classic. He still barely clutched it out, warping in pure Zealots to get this around. GG. GG, well played. Shout out to Maru for fighting his heart out. That was crazy. That was crazy. That was insane. GG, well played. And with that, Classic, he will stay on. Meanwhile, we have our next opponent. We have a next player. I believe up next on Winter Madness is going to be Creator. I believe. I need to double check. I know the Creator spoke up. Jang Hyung Woo. Hold on. Because I know that they say names, they don't really say IDs. Sorry. Creator. Looking up Creator's name. Yes, Sang Hyung. Okay, so Creator is going to be up next here. Whew, as the series does continue. Here we go as we switch the scenes over and catch up on our matches so far. It's been very intense. It's been very dynamic, very back and forth, of course. But the final boss has fallen. The team captain for Team Maru is now out. As we mentioned, Classic or herO. Those would have been my picks to bring Maru down. And Classic does pull it off. He does bring down Maru. And now up next, we have our next opponent. As we mentioned before, it is going to be Creator. Creator is up next to try to bring a Classic down. Bearing in mind that we're running out of players for our two teams. We did have Creator as a pick. We also had Cure. Cure was the other option. We have Cure, we have Creator, and we have Solar still in the back line as well. True. Solar hates DVP, so it makes sense for Solar not to be picked here. A Creator, I'm sure, has some PvP shenanigans available. I'm sure. Show us what you got. Here we go. Just catching up on the lineups. Catching up with the lineups, and here we go. We're going to be loading into Winter Madness. We have our PvP again. Creator is going to be the answer here to the problem that is Classic. Is he the answer there? We're here to find out in that Protoss versus Protoss matchup. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Here we go. As we're getting to the next game and getting into our next best of one here in spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing his team, representing Team herO. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the other South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. Oh, representing Team Maru, it is a Creator. Let's go. Let us go. I do apologize if the stream was looking a little bit shaky for a moment there, but it should be back up and running. Do apologize. Gotta be careful. I was trying to look up Creator's name earlier, and that did spike our ping a little bit, so I have to be careful with that. But regardless, here we go. We're getting to the next game, and again, Classic, he is starting and beginning that win streak here, and can he keep going? Let's go. Let us go. I should also mention as well that this is not a best of 7. I was kind of alluding to that previously here, but this is all kill format in its first to 7 wins, not best of 7. Just as a heads up. So Classic is not, from my understanding, Classic is not on match point. He's not on match point. A best of 7 would mean that Classic needs one more win, but it's first to 7, which basically means that you have to beat every player. So as I mentioned before, who does Team Maru have left? They've got Creator, they've got Cure, they've got Solar. So they still have some remaining players. That's going to be who Classic is going to be looking to knock down. Let's go. So now we do have a Classic going for a Gate Cyber Expand, a greedy build at a Classic, and it should be prompting a reaction and prompting a response. Creator does get the pylon block off, forcing out the Zealots. It is going to be Stargate Opener out of Classic, going for the early Void Ray if there's a one base all in. And we'll see how Creator reacts. He throws down the pylon. Does he actually expand, or does he fake an expansion instead? Again, the pressure's on Creator. Classic is being hyper greedy. Creator's expanding. Creator is banking resources. Looks like Creator, he will get a Nexus. He's applying some pressure, that is true, and Classic, he goes for a Robo Opener instead. With that Robo Opener, Classic, he will be able to build up his early Immortal production to be safe, to be defensive. He canceled the Stargate, but this is a misread. I would say the Robo Opener is ideal if you're being all-in, but there is no all-in coming. There's no all-in. Creator, he does catch the initial... Ooh, almost catches the initial depths. Classic confirms that there is a Nexus. Adept goes down. Creator playing standard, going into Blink. So Creator, he'll be playing from behind. He will have a slightly worse economy coming into this, as the base should be faster. Oh, actually, Creator's expansion is faster instead. Okay. I mean, the Nexus was delayed for Classic. That is true. He's already building up the Immortals, throwing down extra gateways. Eyes are on Classic. We'll see if he goes for a War Prism after this. Let's go for the Prism. Where are we headed? The first Immortal has arrived. There it is. There's that War Prism. So Classic, he's going to move out. He can apply pressure. Creator, he will not confirm the tech of choice. He sees that the Stargate was cancelled. It's going to be the Robo follow-up here. We have an aggressive follow-up instead. Creator, he has to get ready. He has to prepare. At least he knows. Here comes the move out. And we'll see what Classic can get done, as he is down in workers. He's down in workers, down in probes. But again, he does have 3 gateways, so he can warp in with 3 probes at a time. Classic has a lot of aggressive potential here. And we'll see if he can break his opponent. Can he break Creator? Can he break him? 3 swords in the main. Prism takes a lot of hits. Oh, takes a lot of damage. Nice, very nice force field. But the Prism is so low, the Prism is being hunted down. Barely does pull away in time. The Immortal does overwhelm the main, and we're going for the pylon. The Atosis pylon is exposed. Not like this. Do we have another force field? Barely not. Yeah, no other force field. Pylon goes down. Nice save, nice rotation, and Classic is pushing in towards the natural base. And again, no warp ins, no reinforcements, no nothing, no warp gate. Yeah, no warp gate is available. Creator cannot reinforce. Juggling to the main. He's almost there. We get a force field. He force fields again. The Prism finally goes down, but he got into the main base, and the Stalker falls. Yeah, the probes that cannot be pulled, and Classic, he's overwhelming. He's overwhelming. He's taking over the main. Probes that cannot engage because of low ground. Stalkers do punish. Creator forced to commit. Losing so many workers here. Nice target firing at the Classic, going for the Stalker. Ooh, does get one. Takes down the Stalker. Sentries are exposed as well, and Classic has done it. Classic, he has done it. Overwhelms the army. There's 1 Stalker left. Classic, he can just keep pushing. If he wanted to, honestly, he could just keep pushing. Like he was for now, he's pulling back there. For now, he pulls back home. He's expanding, getting a 3rd expansion, waiting for the War Prism instead. Classic does back off for a moment, but Classic has a massive lead and could have kept going. Now Classic, he retreats, takes his lead and extends it, and the pressure's on Creator. Pressure's on Creator here. Again, he had a messy defense. He struggled to deal with the War Prism. He barely didn't snipe it. If that Prism gone down earlier, that could have been game. But Classic is popping up, shading into the main base. More probes going to be going down. Oof. Remember, Creator, he barely has an economy to begin with. Barely an economy, shading to the natural. Nice target firing, more economic damage. GG gets called critical damage, and Classic, he does extend the lead here in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. He extends his lead. Classic, he takes down Creator. Oh my god, does take down Creator. And we're not done. Yeah, we are not done here. We're going to keep going as Classic, he's still, of course, the leading player. He's still he's still leading player. Let's quickly switch things over and catch up on the bracket itself. Here we go. We have our next game. We have our next matchup. Boom. As you can see here, Classic, he now has 3 wins under his belt. Sorry, 2. He's got 2 wins under his belt. He's got Maru and he has Creator. Oh no. But let's go. Let us go. As who's our next player? Oh, we have our next opponent. We have our next player. It is going to be Solar. Okay, Solar is coming up next here. Solar's the next player, and it's going to be on Ruby Rock. Okay, bam. There we go. This is going to be Ruby Rock here. So it's now it all rests on Solar. It rests on Solar. Now remember, they still have a little bit more room here. Who's left? Solar and Cure. Solar and Cure remaining. It's a fight back here for Team Maru. We'll see if they can. You have to beat all players. Yes, yes. As we mentioned, this is not a best of 7. This is not a best of 7. This is first to 7 wins. Not a best of 7. So we still have Solar, we still have Cure, and I guess technically we have 2 Cures because he can play twice. It is a best of 13. Best of 13, first to 7 wins. Best of 13. And true, you just mentioned something as well, that if Team herO, if they win this all-kill format, it leads into the ace match. True, true. Does lead into the ace match. And the ace match will be a best of 1, if we get there. If we get there. It'll all come down to one best of 1. I assume it'll come down to a best of 1 between the captains, but I would imagine they get to pick who to send out. But it should be Maru versus herO, I would imagine, if we get to the ace match. Yeah, all good, all good. All good. It was the previous the Pro League format was the best of 7. That was the best of 7. But it's all good. Here we go. We're going to be loading on into Ruby Rock. That is our next map here, our next game. And again, we still have potentially many more games to go if Solar begins to come back. The problem is that he's up against Classic. And Classic, he is straight up one of the best Protoss players in the world. He is not an easy player to bring down. And if Maru couldn't do it, can anyone do it? Let's find out. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Teal Zerg representing Team Maru. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have representing Team herO. It is Classic. Again, Classic, he was the first pick. He was the first pick for herO for a reason. And Classic, he straight up is top 2 Protoss in the world alongside herO. Like, again, we got a team with the 2 best Protoss players in the world. That's crazy. Both Classic and herO joining forces. Oh no. There's too much Protoss, Fappy. Too much Protoss. But they set aside their differences against the blight that is Terran, that is Maru, maybe a better way of putting it. Oh no. And so far they're doing well. So far they're doing well here. Classic does have a nice win streak, and we'll see if he can continue that streak. Now remember, Solar, he is the player that did knock Classic out in the Pro League match in the best of 1, but that was on a different map, right? That was on That was on the Old Republic. That was on a map that is more difficult to be defensive on, and Classic did struggle on that map as a result. Now we're loading into Ruby Rock. Now, I will say that the bases are open, they are accessible. I would say that the 4-base setup here is a little bit more defendable than on the Old Republic. I will say that. It's a little bit more defendable, but the rush distance is shorter, so Solar can be aggressive earlier. On the Old Republic, he droned up to 83 drones, and then went for like 4-base aggression, or even 5-base aggression. Here, we could see Solar cut workers early. He can cut workers earlier at 66 or 70 drones, and then commit into Ling Hydra. In my mind, that's more likely. That Solar, he cuts workers early, and he commits on 3 to 4 bases. But eyes are on Solar. We'll see if he can break Classic. We'll see if he can shut him down. So now we have our Stargate opener. So Stargate here by Classic, opening up Standard, going for the Oracle instead. So Oracle in towards the 3rd base, in towards the Standard mid game. Our eyes are going to be on Solar to determine, does he open up with an early Evo Chamber, early Lair, or early Roach Warren? What's it going to be? We're still building up. For the early game, it's going to be all about keeping up with the initial Adept and Oracle Harass. To keeping up with the aggression. Adept does poke in. So far, Solar's keeping up. The first Adept will soon be joined by a second. As here comes Classic. Moving out with a second Adept. Moves out across the map. Classic behind us will soon be expanding. Two Adepts taking one-shot drones, and Solar has to take this seriously. Chasing the shades. But we commit. He does commit in. Gets 1, 2, up to 3 drone kills. Nice damage. The Adept does not shuffle around, so that's going to be 3 drones and only 3 workers. Adepts are cleaned up, and that will trigger a counterattack. Yeah, Lings are moving out across the map. At the same time, the Oracle does move in. We'll see if this was worth it here for Classic. So far, 3 drones. Gets up to 4. Yeah, 4 drone kills. Nice mining in the main base, getting up to 5. 5 drones going down, not bad. Lings, they move across the map, and the the 3rd is protected by the 2nd Oracle. Yeah, the Oracle arrives in time. The probe does get away. First Oracle does barely escape on a slither of HP. And so far, so good. 8 drones. Oh, god. 8 drone kills. That is worth of a Classic. So Classic starts things off with the lead. Remember, he's not done. Here comes the 2nd Oracle and the 3rd Oracle as well. Yeah, 3rd Oracle's on the way. Gets 1 more drone. 1 more drone kill. Solar looking for damage. Doesn't find much. Wings are cleaned up. And Solar's all in. Yeah, Solar, he lost too many workers. He lost 9, correct? Yeah, 9 drones. 9 drones went down. Solar, he's completely all in. Going for a Ling Queen Walker across the map. Either Solar kills Classic or he dies trying. As he's rattling everything he can. Shield batteries are on the way. More Lings are flooding. Takes out one of the Adepts. Gets one Adept, and now going for the battery. Will not get it. Battery does survive. Again, the Queens are coming. The Queens are waddling in. Classic, he needs more warp ins. There we go. More batteries are being thrown down. Lings, they flood into the main. Yeah, they break down their front door. They slip into the natural. SCV, probes are going to be going down. Queens are moving in. Desperation here by Classic. Can he hold? It's getting messy. Yeah, getting very messy here. No transfuse. Again, there's no creep, no transfuse. Getting 1, 2, 3 queens. Oracles are defending. 1 queen left, and Classic has done it. Classic, he shuts down the all-in. He breaks through all the queens, breaks through all the Lings. GG. Classic with the Z. Shit as well. Oh no. The all-in has failed, and with that, a Classic, he defends, he shuts us down, and Solar, he is in a world of hurts. Ay. Oh god. For those that are curious, on the Korean keyboard, the Z letter is the same letter that that Kronos has in the chat. It's like laughing, right? It's like LOL. Oh no. the equivalent of like LOL in English. And yeah, with that, the oracles overwhelm all the queens. Solar, he is trying to drone up, trying to saturate, of course. Oh no, not like this. Yeah, the dancing oracles. And for some greater context, by the way, if you saw that Classic was dancing there, if you missed out on the Pro League, in the Pro League format, Solar danced in Classic's face when he beat him. Remember, Solar, he did beat Classic earlier today on the Old Republic, and Solar did dance his Hydras in Classic's face when he beat him. And was also laughing at him. So this is Classic getting his revenge. It's like, you want to dance in my face? Nah, I dance in your face, Matthew. True. So Classic, he gets his revenge. He punishes Solar for the previous dancing. Yeah, and with that, he's just overwhelmed with the army. Lings are going down. Nice target firing here on the oracles, but Last still gets overwhelmed. Solar has almost nothing left. GG gets called. And Classic, he does take down Solar. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Classic, he claims another win here, another victory. Classic, he is cleaning house. He's gonna all kill Team Maru by himself. Ay. Again, Classic, he's taken down Maru, the team captain. He's taken down Creator, his left hand, his right hand. He's taken down Solar, the only Zerg player on the team Maru. And who is left? There's only one player. There's only one player left here. It has to be one. It has to be Cure. Cure has to be the next player, as he's the only one left. Oh. Yeah, CG well played. With that, I'll have to double check. I'll have to double check here. When it comes to the players, so Team Maru, it consists of ByuN, he's out. Solar, Cure, Creator, SOS, and Solar. So yeah, Cure is the only last remaining player for Team Maru, and they're gonna be playing on 10,000 feet. Okay, so we're back to the TVPs here. Cure versus Classic on 10,000 feet. A very small map, actually. Small map of the map pool. Aggression is favored here. And I can already see it. I can see Cure going for the 3-rack stim timing. If you remember, Cure actually went 3-rack stim on 10,000 feet against herO in the best of 1 Pro League format. True. Deja vu. Did see that previously. Solar, yeah, Solar. Solar pratar sobie. True. Oh. As we are setting up. I'm a little bit confused. Is there no Cure? Okay. I see. So fun fact, I said it must be Cure. It is not Cure. We have ByuN. So if you remember, because Maru's team consists of less players, Maru, they have elicited here to revive a player, basically. They revived a player. They're reviving ByuN first. They're keeping Cure. They're keeping Cure back. They're holding on. They're holding on to Cure. And they're going to be sending out ByuN as a revived player here. They still have Cure in the back line, of course, but they're choosing to send out ByuN twice. They could send out any player they want to twice. They're sending out ByuN. And this is fitting because ByuN is the only player, except for Cure, that Classic hasn't beaten yet. So can Classic go for the full team sweep? Can he go for it? Can he clean house? Here we go. As we're getting into our next game, as we're getting ready here for 10,000 feet. Getting ready for the feet. Okay, let's go. There's a little bit of banter going on here, but but yes, they're saying that Cure is the final boss. Cure is the final boss. They're holding on to Cure until a little bit later. ByuN stepping into the ring instead. As looks like we're just setting up our casters, making sure everyone gets invited, everyone gets involved before jumping in. Nope. Looks like Trigger might have had some guest casters previously, but I don't think he has one here. I know that like DNS was jumping on earlier. Yeah, he had DNS on. I think Clem was casting 1 or 2 games here and there as well. I think he casted the PvP earlier. True. Protoss specialist in Clem. True. Let's go. Let us go. Going to be loading into 10,000 feet. We have our players, we have our casters, and we have still a greater series ahead of us here. Remember, we still have 2 lives left, essentially, or 2 players left for Team Maru. It is 1st to 7. Currently 5-2 in favor of Team herO, and Classic has been on a tear, of course. He's been claiming name after name after name. And can he go for the full sweep? Can he go for the all kill? Can he do it? I mean, it's all kill format for a reason. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Team herO. The ace player for the team, it is Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing his boy, representing Team Maru, as he has been revived. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. And again, just for some greater context, it is 1st to 7. First team to 7 wins. 4-2 in favor of Team herO. They need 2 more. Sorry, I should say 3 more. But we are building up. Wait, hold on. Did I miscount? Sorry, it's 5. Yeah, they need 2 more. That's why I was like, what, 3? It's 5-2. 5-2 in favor of Classic. So my apologies. But 5-2 in favor of our Protoss player here. He needs 2 more wins to claim it all, to win the series here. 2 more. ByuN and Cure. ByuN and Cure, all that remain. Double Terran for Team Maru. The Terran boys. As now ByuN is going to be opening up economically, going for a Rax expand. Single gas opener out of ByuN. Meanwhile, Classic himself going just gate expanded Cybercore. Standard opener out of Classic. More of an economic build by ByuN. He's opening up more economically. ByuN does claim is natural. From here, we can go into a standard opener. We can open up with Middle Drop play, Reactor Reaper Hellion. Like, ByuN has options to be active and aggressive and get scout information as well to get a read on what Classic is up to. Show us what you got. Welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is one of the more aggressive maps of the map pool. It's a smaller map, shorter rush distance. I say aggressive, I mean, there are different layers to 10,000 feet. On the one hand, very short rush distance, right? We spoke about this in the previous series, but very short rush distance by ground. Pushing from one side to the other takes very little time, so a very small map. But at the same time, the 4 base layout here is very defendable. So trying to turtle up on 4 bases is definitely an option here on 10,000 feet. Is an option. Is that an option that ByuN wants to embrace? That's the better question. Math on stream. I just had the wrong number on the stream. Just had the wrong number. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, was Classic going for a Robo Opener? Very interesting here. Typically, a Robo Opener leads into an earlier Bay, into earlier Colossus production. So very interesting. We can go like Robo into Prism, Adapt Harass into the Bay. We'll see if that's the case here. This is ideal against heavy bio play, bearing in mind that Classic has not seen the main. He doesn't know what the follow-up is. This is almost like a hard counter to a 3-axe. But there is no 3-axe. Initially, ByuN building up his bio, going for his initial Marine Widowmine drop. And we'll see how Classic takes up. Going for a safety Immortal. Observer moves out to Scouts. Does have energy for a Hallucination. There it is. Classic trying to get a read on what the hell's going on. Classic moves in, does scout the tech, does confirm the 111, and likewise gets eyes on the research, the fake research, faking cloak. Okay, does fake cloak. Do have a Stargate response here by Classic. Interesting. I believe this is to try to hard counter the banshees that do not exist. So already ByuN kind of pulling a fast one over on Classic. Drop is deflected. Now, because Classic went Robo into Stargate, it does mean that Classic's army is very immobile. It's a very immobile army. There's no blink. There's no blink. There's no charge. Even here, he's rushing into a Bay. Like, this is a very tech-heavy start. If ByuN were to go for a 2-ace all-in, he would just topple Classic over. But ByuN doesn't know either. Doesn't know just how tech-heavy his opponent's being. Here comes the Phoenix, as we mentioned. Again, the Phoenix is meant to hard counter the Banshee that is not coming. Scan does catch the Observer. And again, Classic has a really awkward start. Very awkward. As ByuN is building up his army, again he's spotted here by the Observer. ByuN plenty of bio, 2 tanks. He's moving out. We'll see if Classic can keep up. Remember, he has no charge or blink. So he's very limited in how he can engage this army. Raven into the main. Catching out 3 probes. Phoenix does react, does respond, and will hunt down the Raven. We're getting 5 probe kills though. 6! Yeah, 6 probes go down. A nice start for ByuN. Yeah, strong start for the Terran. As ByuN rotates with the drop. Classic building on more Colossus. More Colossi. And if given time, Classic can build up. Ooh, as the Observer gets quartz. ByuN claiming his 3rd base on location. He's expanding. No 2-base all in. No 2-base all in here. Didn't throw down extra axes. But still being active. The move out is spotted here by the Observer. ByuN, does he notice? Does not. Classic distracted by the main army. Dropping towards the main. And ByuN is committing. Oh, does go for the siege. It does siege up. Classic has to back up. He has to respect it. He has to respect those tanks. At the same time, dropping to the main. Gets into the mineral line. At least tries to. Takes down 1 probe. And just 1 worker. No major damage. So far, Classic is holding. He's holding, he's defending, he's building up his disruptors. And ByuN expands. ByuN, he's gained map control, he's able to expand behind this. Behind this, going into Vikings, Ghost as well, Academy is done. Sorry, Academy is on the way. ByuN looking good. Hoping he can lure Classic in. Classic is stuck outside the bases, catching out a Stalker. Oh. Yeah, as Marines, they don't quite get much done here. Hot pickup. In the end, Classic does defend. Keeping up with the Marines, Phoenix does get picked off. And we're having a bit of a slower mid-game here. Just a slower mid-game. Classic is just stuck at home, perfecting his army. Charges finally finishing up. His army's becoming a little more mobile, but he cannot fight head-on. Oh, he's gonna be careful. Yeah, he has to be careful here. That's 5 tanks. Tanks lay siege. Classic has to respect it. Nova goes off. Ooh. Raising the army. Disruptor did go down. Yeah, brutal losses there for Classic. He has to back off. He has to retreat. He cannot fight head on. He can't engage. Not into 5 tanks. And ByuN is snowballing out of control. He can even get within range of the mineral line. And again, it's just been Classic's builds. Like, he was just so late to get into his own Twilight Council and get into his own tech. Tanks are within range of the expansion. This base is going to go down. Classic, he cannot keep up. Oh, actually going for the base raid. Ooh, Prism goes down. Prism goes down, denies the warp in. The Colossus are exposed. The Colossus. Can he get one? Nova goes off. Nice connection, but the Colossus goes down. Massive big ups here. Classic is falling apart. Classic will lose everything. Every Colossus, Disruptor, Immortal as well. And the supply does crumble. Classic, he kills 11 SCVs, but that's not worth it. It's not worth losing his army. He lost the Warpism as well. Massive tank shots. And Classic has almost nothing left. There's nothing left here. I mean, he's trying to build back up. ByuN has momentum. ByuN does on siege. He's coming. He's coming with everything. Just rallying everything over. Honestly, a lot of this came down to the fake Banshee, to be honest. Because of the fake Banshee, that meant instead of going for a Twilight Council, we saw a Stargate. And because there was no council, that meant there was no fight for map control. It meant that Classic was stuck at home, stuck turtling, stuck defending. The drop play was getting out of hand. Like, it feels like it all came down to the early game. To the mind games. And Classic has just been on the back foot ever since. And it wasn't just that, it was also the fact that it was a robo opener as well, right? Like, which was also a bit of a misread. Where robo opener is typically hyper defensive and is ideal against potentially like early aggression and early all-ins. But ByuN open economically. Nova's going off, catching the tanks, okay. Nice Novas. And all 3 tanks were clumped, okay. The Classic is in this. If these Novas connect, Classic can win a fight. ByuN's going for a split push. He's going for bottom left. Nova goes off. Zoning away. Classic, he defends the left-hand expansion. Okay. Classic, he defends his 4th. Classic cannot push into the natural though, or the 3rd. Has to pull away those zealots. Has to calm down. Classic is recovering. Again, those Novas catching out those 3 tanks, I mean, that was huge. And suddenly, Classic has map control. He has gained map control. Blink is finally on the way. Dark Shrine as well. Classic is recovering. Was obviously a big moment as well that he saved bottom left. Oh, has to be careful there. Classic might be recovering, but he cannot fight head on. Classic, he does not save the Disruptor. Going for the drop into the main. There is an opening, no turrets. No turrets, there is a way in at the same time. Zealots, they do head towards the would-be 4th. Zealots, they jump into the main. Potential warping into the natural. Nothing major, but damage is being done. We are dealing damage. Catching out some SCVs at the same time. Junior gets caught out, losing one full medevac. 2, oh my god. 1, 2, 3 full medevac. 4 full medevacs go down. ByuN. Yeah, ByuN losing his army. He's going to try to trade towards the end here, but these are some brutal losses for ByuN, losing 4 full medevacs. He does trade. He does take down 6 stalkers at least, but yeah, much better trade here for Classic. Classic is back in this. Straight up, he's back in this game. He's got double prism, double drops. Let's go. 1 harassing, 1 with the main army. Classic is now maxed out. He's gained map control. I can't believe it. But Classic, he's clawed his way back into this. He had such a rough start, by the way. His early game and early team game was brutal. Prism gets into the main base, going for the warp in. ByuN caught off guard. Nova's into the mineral line, or in towards the planetary. Zones away the army. Does zone away. Classic getting caught though. He has to back off. War prisms are going down. So far, ByuN does hold. We spoke about this in the Cure series and at the start of this series, at the start of this game as well. But here, specifically on 10,000 feet, it's very difficult to break a turtling 4-basing player. It's very difficult, not impossible, but a difficult task here for Classic. TVs. TVs connect, catching out 2 disruptors. 1 Nova does land. Oof. And Novas are landing. At the same time, DTs a counterattack. 8 SCV kills, 9 SCVs. DTs are in the bases, almost catching a tank. Prism into the main. Classic mass harassing, and the main army is activated. He's pushing in. He's pushing in on the right-hand side. ByuN having a hard time keeping up. Sure, so's Novas. There's what, 2 disruptors with the main army. We got 2 disruptors. Thankfully, ByuN, he's in position here at the 4th. ByuN does defend. ByuN, he defends the 4th base. Meanwhile, Classic has every other base on the map. He's building up his bank. Shorts and overs. Oh, disruptors overextend. Losing 1, losing 2. 3 disruptors go down, only 1 Nova lands. Oh, a second Nova does graze the army, but we come in with this round as well. A brutal fight here for Classic. Getting surrounded. Now he has to get out of here. Crazy losses. Losing every disruptor. That was what, 7 disruptors? Jesus. Yeah, so many disruptors going down. But Classic, does he still have enough though? Can he do it? Gets a ghost. Yeah, takes out one of the ghosts. He has to respect the tank. The tank barely did survive to the ghost, sorry, to the DT earlier. And Classic's disruptor count was reset. And for the round by. Gets 1 tank. Takes down the tank, pulls away. I believe down to 2 tanks. There's 1 here at the 3rd and 1 at the 4th. Meanwhile, Classic's still warping in mainly Zealots. That's good. Hopefully this time he's able to take his gases. If you recall, gases are quite limited here for Classic. Not too much of an issue yet, but it may be an issue later. ByuN has to get away. Nova's A-zone him back. There's 2 Novas left. Prism's making way into the main. Nice, a very nice Nova catching on Marauders. More Nova's going to be coming in. So far, nice movement here with the disruptors. And Zalse busts into the natural. The Prism does bob and weave, does make its way into the natural base. Massive warp in. SCVs are going down. Prism, do we unload? Barely unloads in time. Yeah, more CV kills, more damage. Even trying to catch that ghost. Planetary does still hold. Yeah, ByuN is still barely holding on here, but some hefty losses for ByuN. Classic reinforcing, remaxing. And Classic is coming. ByuN is broke. ByuN is broke. ByuN is struggling. Shows us Novas. First Nova goes up. Oh, friendly fire. Catching out all the zealots. The friendly fire, papi. Not like this. Be careful, Classic. He's being punished. Losing disruptors, miss rallies into the army, throwing away two free disruptors. Free disruptors, Pappy. I wanted to say free. My brain saw 3. It's been a long cast, okay? It's been a long event. Not like this. We'll try to lock in. Oof. As once again more disruptors being targeted. Nice here by ByuN. I believe we had some Liberator harass. Yes. That's 8 probes went down. Not bad. Speaking of, a push towards the left hand side. Recall does finish in time. Saves the expansion. Este classic. Barely saves the base. Disruptors coming in. Please don't rally into the army though. Shots and Novas. Yeah, 2 Novas. They do connect. Cashing out a handful of Zealots, but does connect with ByuN. Yeah, 2 more Novas coming in. Oh, the friendly fight. Yo, we gotta calm down killing our own Zealots, okay? We gotta calm down. But Classic is still overwhelming. Still overwhelming the army. So much supply here tied up in Medivacs. Colossus, they rally in. We have Colossus, Pappy. We have the Colossi. We have the lasers. GG gets called, and Classic, he will take down another opponent. And Classic takes the lead 6-2 in the GSL CK Day 1 Pro League format. GG. GG, well played. Classic with another win under his belt, and he needs one more. He needs one more. Ay, ay, ay. Uno más, Papi, uno más. So again, GG, well played. Classic takes down ByuN. Again, a very intense back and forth. I'll be honest, Classic, he was down and out. Like, it was a really rough early to mid game. Classic opening up Robo, going into the Stargate, going Phoenix, being shut down, being punished. Classic had a really hard time maintaining his initial 3 and 4 bases. ByuN was looking dominant until we saw the fight swing in Classic's favor. The moment that ByuN lost his 3 tanks in the center was the moment that ByuN lost map control. Classic fought back, claimed his 4th base, got his 5th, and built up his economy again. Like, it was a very impressive comeback there by Classic. Very impressive to be able to persevere, to be able to bounce back. And with that, Classic, he has beaten every player on Team Maru except for one. There's one player left, one player remaining. Who's left? kyO. Oh. Here we go. kyO is all that remains here for Team Maru. And kyO, can he pull off the reverse sweep? Technically, we could have many more games ahead of us here. If kyO can beat Classic, he can start the ball rolling. Then he'll have to work his way through herO, through Bunny, through SHIN to pull off that reverse sweep. It's going to be difficult, but kyO, he is one of the best Terran players in the world. Straight up, he's one of the best. I would say he's top 3. I would say he's top 3 alongside Maru and alongside Clem. So Clem, Maru, kyO, I would say they're top 3. I would place kyO slightly above ByuN. They're comparable for sure, but again, kyO, he is a beast in his own right. There's a reason why they saved him for last. There's a reason why he's the final boss. I'm pretty sure they were hoping they could save kyO for herO. They were hoping they could save him. Oh boy. But here we go. We're getting into White Rabbit. Here we go. Potentially the final game of the series. Potentially a spawning in the bottom left hand corner of White Rabbits. We have the... There we go. We have the South Korean Protoss player. The South Korean Protoss leading the series 6-2 in this Team League all-kill format. And again, he's taken out every single player on the opposing team except for one, except for his current opponent. Can he pull off that all-kill? It is a Classic. And spawning for Team herO, and spawning in the top right hand corner for Team Maru, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. He is the final player left surviving on his team. It all comes down to kyO. Let's go, baby, let's go. This is it. It all comes down to the one final player here. And again, can he pull off the reverse sweep? It is difficult to achieve, but not impossible. And again, it is a mountain to climb. Who stands before kyO? Classic is the first player, and then SHIN, and then Bunny, and then herO. The CJ boys, the ex-CJ boys, if you will, they're still out there. They're still out there. They're still watching. They're enjoying the show. And they're all well rested, ready for some games. So it's going to be a marathon here for herO if he wants to bring it back. We'll see if he can. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, right? Sure, we can think about Bunny, we can think about SHIN, we can think about herO, but first, it's all about Classic. It's all about Classic, the current final boss, the ace player for his team. The ace back. So far, standard opener, we do see herO mixing up their double gas. Double gas open out of herO, going for a faster factory, a more tech-heavy start out of our Terran player. With this can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion, can lead into committed Mind Drop play. We'll see what we take into it. It can even lead into faster Banshee play or even faster Hellion drop. herO has options. herO, he does have options. Reaper does poke in, rotating over, looking for another avenue. And Classic so far playing it safe, getting a battery in his main, a battery in his natural. Classic did confirm the factory timing, so he knows it's going to be more aggressive. So Classic is being very safe, very, very safe here with his 2 batteries. Close to the chest. Likewise, here comes a Twilight Council. Going for his tech of choice. This time a much more standard opener, and he wouldn't have as much of a hard time in the early to mid game like he did previously against ByuN. Should be looking a little cleaner. Should be. As herO does commit in. And here we go. Hellions into the natural, Reapers into the main. So far, the battery's in position. One probe gets caught up. A nice defense here against the Hellions. Very nice force field. As herO doesn't lose anything. Hellions get away, the Reapers get away as well, but Classic doesn't lose any probes. He lost 1, only 1. That could have been worse. That could have been so much worse. So far, clean defense out of Classic. ByuN, sorry, I keep saying that. herO behind this is getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. Opening up Raven, okay. Raven is on the way. We're gonna have to count, by the way. Gonna have to count dead workers. As there's no game hearts. So good. As herO is looking for a way in. Here we go. We are building up. herO slips into the main base, trying to get a read on the follow-up here. We can confirm it is not going to be Colossus. We're going for a Storm follow-up once again for Classic. That is the Templar Archives before third base. We've seen this before, if you recall. We saw this previously in the series where Classic played against Maru on the Old Republic. What did we see? We saw Classic going for a Storm drop. That's what this led into last time. Going for the early Storm drop. So eyes are on Classic when it comes to any kind of Warp Prism. Storm is on the way. Reaper dips in, confirms the Storm. herO knows. Oh, as Reaper is going to get picked off. And Reaper goes down. Classic, he knows, has been scouted. As he's dancing with the main army. Getting Marine. No Prism yet. Tank is on siege. Gets a Marine. Gets a second. Gets a Marauder as well. Very nice pickups here by Classic. Yeah, just chipping away the army. Picking up a couple of Marines. Picking up a Marauder. Storm is almost done, but as we can see here, there's no War Prism. So one of the options was Storm Drop, but as we can see, without a Prism, no Storm Drop. Which I think is a wise choice, considering Classic got scattered. I would say that if he wasn't scattered, he probably would commit into the War Prism. But he was able to confirm. Classic once again picking up so many units here, getting 4 Marines and 2 Marauders. And Classic didn't lose a single Stalker. Jesus. Este Classic. Calm down, baby, calm down. As he loads up. He loads up here, double drop in towards the main. Classic, he has nothing in position. There is an opening. You can see here we have High Templar on the right hand side, the main army here in the center. Double drop gets in, going for the pylon, going for the Temple Archives. Pylon goes down. But there's a storm, there's a feedback. Ooh, full medevac goes down, massive pickup. And Classic, he has all the main attack paths scouted. He sees there's no move out, there's no main push. He knows he's safe. Classic, he sees everything. Has eyes everywhere here. Rotating his Stalkers. One Stalker gets picked up. As Classic is bringing everything together. Now, ideally, this move out is lined up here with the third base of Cure. Speaking of, there's the third. So as Cure expands, he spreads himself thin, he opens himself up. And this is where Classic can overwhelm. How many High Templar does he have? 6. 6 Templar. That's a lot of Storm. That's a lot of Storms. Oh, the Prism! The Mind Shots! Jesus, the Mind Shots, they go up. They go up on the Zealots. Storm's gonna be coming in. Yeah, Storms, they dive on the army. Ooh, double Storm here on the main force. Another Storm on the Marines. And Classic is done. Classic, he overwhelms, he breaks them through. Warping is on the way. Does he have another Storm? Ooh, barely not. High Templar goes down. Classic, he fails to break through. He had one more Storm, but not anymore. And Cure holds. Wow, Curie holds on. Classic, he was so committed. He had more Storms in the back line. Where were the Storms, Pappy? They were so late. Yeah, the High Templar, they were late to the party. They were late to the fight. He had more High Templar in the bank. And again, it was a messy fight here. Sure, he got the tank, he got a couple of Storms off, but he lost everything in the process. And Classic, he pulls away and he falls behind. That was meant to kill, by the way. That was supposed to kill. That's why +1 only just now begins. So late +1. Now we have a second Forge, the base, second Robo as well. All of this was an afterthought. So Cure has a lead. Cure, he has a nice tech lead. He's perfecting his army, building up more Vikings, building up more Ghosts. Cure's in a better position. It's in a much better position here. We spoke about it. The beginning of the comeback. Do we go the distance? Do we go the distance? So we have Classic rotating. Setting up his own Storm Drop. His army is split, but here come the EMPs, catching at the Archon. Sentry goes down. Classic has to get the hell out of here, has to pull away. Again, Cure's army is terrifying. He's got so many Ghosts, so many EMPs. Classic has to back off, and now we're recovering. We're building up into double Colossus production. Whew, okay, so the game is slowing down. So on the one hand, Cure, he was able to take a really strong fight, but because of the size of the map, because we're on White Rabbit, it does mean that Cure, he has a hard time pushing out and getting across the map, which means Classic is stabilizing. He's double expanding, getting his own 5th base up and running. Classic is getting his 5th, as Cure claims his 4th. So we're on the road here to a longer late game. Classic, once again, is being active here. He's got 8 High Templar. He does have potentially a lot of Storms, but there are plenty of Ghosts, plenty of EMPs. There's the first Storm. Second one here, mainly his own. But Classic has to be so careful not to clump up. Don't clump. Again, one or two well-placed well-placed EMPs can punish. Can cripple this army. Meanwhile, as Classic is posturing and threatening the army, he expands. 6th base. 6th base on the way. As long as Classic can be active like this, he can just keep Cure busy at home. Because if Cure pushes, I don't know if he can be stopped. So it's all about buying time. It's all about buying as much time as possible. We have our Zealot run by on the top side. Army gets spotted. We have some harassing storms. Nice storm on the main army. Ooh, High Templar gets sniped. Yeah, storm is denied. But again, you can see this is just keeping Cure busy. Classic is now maxed. We have a 3rd Robo on the way, telling us that Classic does not want to take up. He's pushing up the ramp. He can force a cancel. He can deny the CC. Double feedback. Nicely done. Storms, they lead the charge. Nice positioning here by Classic, but can he actually push in? He's got a lot of storms. Yeah, plenty of storms left over. He has so many High Templar. The storms, they do not end. Getting us over the Vikings. Vikings, they get 1 Colossus. Nice EMP. EMP on the Colossi. Classic has to pull away at the same time. Zelda dropping to the main. No major damage, though. This was a nice engage here from Classic, but he has to be careful not to overextend. He has to be careful not to overstay his welcome. As he has significantly less storms than previously. I want to say he's got three High Templar full of energy. If he does land. Double storm. Nice storms. Classic pulls away, at the same time attempts to run by, but Cure is in position. And Cure holds. Whew, okay. Cure, he does hold on. He holds, he defends. Classic rotating over. If Classic Cover is going to be surrounded, they're recovering for this round. Mass storms. EMPs are coming in. Yeah, snipes a couple of High Templar. There's what, 1 storm left. Colossus are exposed, and Cure, can he break through this army? The flank is broken. Classic, he breaks out. He's able to pull away. Classic, he backs off, surviving with 1 Colossus. Cure barely did not have enough. And Classic is not done. He's not stopping. Oof. Mainly a gateway composition, but here come plenty of Zealots. Zealots are reinforcing. There's 2 High Templar left. Not much splash damage. Not many storms. Lands 1. Okay, lands 1. Lands the other. Nice storms. He's maybe got 1 storm left. Army sims in, but are there enough gateway units? There are. Yeah, Classic is not. He breaks through the main army down to 2 Marauders, down to 1. 1 Marauder left. He gets away. GG gets called, and Classic, he'll pull it off. The reverse, sorry, the all kill. The all kill. Classic takes down Team Maru. GG. Wow. GG, well played. Classic, he will claim the series. He'll win it all for his team, for Team herO. GG, well played, Team herO. They will claim the win here in the all-kill format. Crazy result here, crazy matches. As we quickly switch our scenes over and catch up, here you can see Classic popping off. Initially it was ByuN. ByuN did start things off with a win here over Rogue. ByuN, he got the first win on the board. Zaun fought back. Zaun took down ByuN and SOS. Maru took down Zaun, and then Classic went on a tear. Classic taking down Maru, taking down Creator, taking down Solar. ByuN got revived, got also taken down by Classic and Cure as well. The only player I just realized that Classic didn't beat was SOS. SOS, who got knocked out by Zaun earlier. So the one player that avoided Classic, but everyone else did fall at the hands of Classic. GG, well played. Again, Classic, the ace player for Team herO, he pops off. He does take everyone down. And what does that mean? Well, that means that Team Maru, they won the Pro League format. Actually, hold on. I can maybe show a little bit here. This may be better. Bam. as you can see here, we had the initial Pro League format. This was our second series of the broadcast. Here we had Team Maru on the left, so we had Team herO on the right, and Team Maru did win the Pro League format. As you can see here, they were able to claim their own series 4-1, a more dominant performance in the Pro League format. herO, Team herO, they just won in the all kill format, so we're tied 1-1. Team herO, Team Maru, we're tied up 1-1. It all comes down to a singular ace match. We have the ace match here. It's going to be a best of one, and the teams are deciding their players. Oh boy. Oh boy. So we're going to be going on a short break, and we'll come back with the super ace match. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, it's been an intense day of StarCraft, a very intense day here. Welcome back to the GSL CK day number 1. Welcome back to this very special event here, a Team League event, a Team herO versus Team Maru, and it's been already almost 5 hours of non-stop StarCraft back and forth between the two teams. Team Maru, they won the Pro League format, the initial best of 7. Team herO won the best of 13 all-kill format instead, and that means because both teams have 1 win each when it comes to the greater formats, the greater series, it all comes down to this singular best of 1. Oh, we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. But yes, it comes down to this singular best of 1 here. This is the Super Ace match. Again, Team Maru, they won the Pro League format. Team herO, they won the all-kill format. So it all comes down to a best of 1 between the team captains. Let's go. Let's go. This is all we wanted. This is all we wanted here. We have that best of 1. Maru versus herO. Looks like we have a bit of an issue here. Hopefully everything's okay. You know, maybe there's some Uber Eats at the door, you know, maybe there's like some PC or monitor settings that have to be fixed. So we are waiting here, and hopefully everything is rectified before we get into the final game of the broadcast. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to the best of 1. Now, what I do know is that ByuN, our lovely Korean caster for this event, is going to be hosting an interview. There's going to be an interview over on ByuN's channel in Korean. I do know that, at least, for the winner of this tournament of day 1. I don't know if we'll be able to get any translations of that or really give any insiders to that. So I don't know if I can really provide, unfortunately. But I do know that'll be held over on ByuN's channel. So if you happen to be, you know, familiar with the Korean language, then there will be a winners interview there with either Maru or herO. Whoever wins, or whichever is the winning team, the team captain will be interviewed, of course, over by ByuN. But here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran, the captain himself for Team Maru. It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss player himself, representing T1. It is herO. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Whew, as we are getting into the final game of the broadcast. Again, the Super Ace match is upon us. It all ends here. It all ends on White Rabbit. Let's go. For now, we do have initial openers. So far, so good. Gate expanded to Cybercore out of herO. Likewise, double gas opener out of Maru. We're expecting hyper aggression out of Maru. He does not disappoint, opening up with a faster factory. Let's go. This can lead into aggression, into Reaper Hellion aggression. It can lead into committed drop play. It can lead into earlier tech, earlier Banshee play as well. Eyes are going to be on Maru with how aggressive he plans on being here. Bearing in mind, it's just the 1 game. Just the singular best of 1. Just catching up with the chat. I'm also, once again, big shout out to, of course, Soup. Big shout out to the Soup platform for, of course, hosting and running the events. For those that are maybe watching here or watching on VODs, again, it is all live casted over on Soup, as they are the main organizer and sponsor and runner of the event itself. When I say sponsor, there's another sponsor, of course, and that is going to be Intel. Bam. Intel, they are the main sponsor of this event as well. So big shout out to Intel for investing and for supporting the Korean scene, Korean StarCraft, and potentially for more Korean StarCraft to come. It's been so long since we've had this more dynamic Team League format, Pro League format especially, so great to see GSL returning in its own unique way. Also bearing in mind, this is day 1. This is day 1 of the GSL CK of the Champions Korea. There is going to be a day 2 next week. Next week, we'll be back, same place, same time, next week. Oh boy. Also, when it comes to the VODs will be available over on the Soup platform, of course. They'll be saved over on Soup, and also they will be brought to you over on YouTube as well. So multiple platforms when it comes to VODs, but only Soup for the live coverage. Also, shout out to ByuN, of course, the ex-Axiom member himself, the honorary CranKy Duckling, and the tuner himself. Dongwon, ByuN, he has been casting in Korean, of course. Meanwhile, Rex has been casting in his own native language as well. And Trigger has also been covering in English. Ourselves and Trigger as the Reaper Hellion gets in. Nice force field blocks off the Hellions. Reapers, they bust into the main. They get into the middle line. No battery. There's no safety shield battery here, so probes are going to be going down. Getting 1, getting 2, getting 3. 3 probe kills. Decent trade here with the Reapers. Hellions, they try to break in, but we have a full wall up here at the natural. herO holds. Not the cleanest defense. If you remember Classic, we had the same builds in the last game with Cure in Classic, where Cure got into the bases and Cure, he failed to get any damage on. I think he healed one probe, but Classic had a different response. Classic had a battery in both bases. Here, herO only had one battery at the natural, so he did sustain losses in the main. Did sustain losses. Meanwhile, Would Mine draw follow-up, does get caught out by herO, does force the unload. Baiting at the mine shot. Baits at the mine shot, Hellions into natural. Again, hyper aggression by Maru, getting one probe kill. Gets one. Widowmine's into the main. Just the one Widowmine. The other was force one load, if you recall, and we'll get one probe. Not even. Widowmine is deflected, is denied. We get another drop into the natural. Boys are being pulled. Oh god, no! They get pulled in, they get pulled away. Medevac does not get away. And in the end, that should be one probe. We have one probe kill. Does nice some mining here, of course. Whew. And again, hyper aggression out of Maru. In the end, herO, he does survive, he does defend. What did he lose in the end? 6 probes. 6 probes did go down, but that was at a cost of a Medevac, 2 Widowmines, 2 Hellions, and 3 Reapers. So in the end, not a bad defense here by herO. Did lose mining time, true. Mining time was lost. Oh, this would have been a better shot, actually. I was trying to catch the fringe logos. But herO, he defends well. Did lose mining time though. Does move out for his counterattack, containing his opponent, of course. Containing Maru. Meanwhile, herO expands, claiming his third. We're building up in towards the mid game. Maru's not done. Auto charge into the middle line, does target fire, does get one, does get two. Oh, just one. One probe goes down. Nice defense here by herO. Nice defense. That's gonna be another 2 probes going down, 3 in total. Not bad. As Maru's not taking this line down. Just getting more economic damage, building up in 2 bases. What is almost done? Stim and combat shields. Stim, combat shields +1. The upgrades are finishing up here for Maru. He's getting ready for his push. What's he moving out with? Outside of all the upgrades, he does keep his Raven alive. He does have 2 tanks. 2 tanks for the main army. Move out gets spotted. hero's aware. And hero's repositioning. Ooh, and Storm is too late. Yeah, Storm is being chronoed as we speak. Hero, he needs more time for Storm. He needs more time. Ooh. As Maru, he does push forward. Feedbacks the Raven. Jeez, Mari's setting up with his bunkers here, ensuring he doesn't get surrounded. Yeah, trying to make sure the SMC to work with to kite back against the charge lots. So very nice setup here by Maru. One of the tanks is, of course, more exposed. And that should be the first thing that goes down. But the Bio Army is further back. Hero attending the surround. Okay. Storm is done, but no High Templar. Oh, cancelled. Sorry, he canceled Storm. Yeah, Storm was cancelled. Hero going for the counterattack instead, which means he will lose the expansion. And here he tries to commit. The Nexus will go down. Massive pickoff. And back at home, there's not much at home to defend, actually. There's only 2 Widow Mines. Nice connections. Widow Mines, they connect well. Maru, he turns back around. And Hero has potential for damage, but it's not going to be enough here. Yeah, Maru, he has reinforcements. He races back home. And Maru, he will clean this up. Yeah, just an awkward counterattack here by Hero, and it just was not worth it. Maru does start losing the SCVs though. Okay. Losing 10 SCV kills. 13. 14. 15. 16 SCVs go down. But Hero lost his third. That's the issue here. Here he lost a full expansion. So we're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. Very intense. Hero, he has 62 rows, but I mean, many of them are long distance mining, so he does not have efficient mining here. Maru has the greater army. And Maru, if he rotates and knocks down this base again, then he just had the game. His win condition is to bring down the third for a second time. Hero's out of position. Base trade. I mean, yeah, let's go. We're going for the base trade. Hero's going to commit. At the same time, Maru pushes in. The third base will go down for a second time. And this is the only chance. The only chance here for herO. He commits to the base trade. Storm is done. Boys are being pulled. Nice storm in the mineral line. High Templar exposed. The High Templar do survive. Yeah, they make it. 19 dead SCVs. And herO, he's breaking into the main. The wide shots. Oh my god. Massive connections. Window mines are popping off. And Maru's moving in. Catching a High Templar. Does catch a Templar. Oh, never mind. Clutch storm. Brutal choke point here as we have to go through the storms. And Maru, he has to push through. Another storm across the map. herO working with what he has, but he's out of storms. Yeah, no more storms here, but he will overwhelm the main. At the same time, Maru, he's breaking down the natural. No, rallies in the High Templar. No storm. Yeah, throws the Templar away. And you can see here, he's barely maintaining control of the main base. He's down to 3 units in the main. Maru defends. Maru, he does defend across the map. At the same time, though, here he's recalling what he can. Getting ready for a surround. He's getting ready. Does have plenty of charge lots. Can he collapse in? Mine shots are popping off. Massive connections. Yeah, we're running out of zealots. Storms are coming in. Grazing the army. Yeah, storms that, oh god, they get punished by the tanks. Massive tank shots. He's losing the High Templar. That was what, 2 extra storms. High Templar go down. herO. Those storms, they could have helped defend. That could have been it. That could have been it, Pappy. Oh, no. Yeah, there's no NG overcharge either. The main base is forfeits. Meanwhile, that one Archon is still in the main, by the way. There's still no economy for Maru. And herO, he's down to a handful of units. Okay, what do we have? We have 2 Stalkers, 1 Zealot. Just a handful of units here. Meanwhile, Maru, the Great Migration floats over all the orbitals. Again, honestly, if those 2 storms were able to land, herO might have won this game. Oh, Jesus. So Maru does get stormed. Storm does zone. Maru does still have a threatening army. Escaping with what he can. Diving in. Again, there's only 2 Stalkers left. 2 Stalkers. Down to 1. 1 Stalker left. Maru, has he done it with this 1 drop of army? With these handful of Marines. He's doing it. 7 Marines, baby. There's 1 Stalker left. The boys are being pulled. Meta extra out of energy. Yeah, there's no energy left. Probes, they do a decent amount of damage. They pull away. They respect the tank. Battery's helping. The Stalker gets focused down. Yeah, the Stalker goes down. We have 1 Zealot warping in. 1 Zealot. The Archon, where are we going? Where are we going? Okay, we have more Zealots coming in. More Zealots come in. Force to pick up. We have mules there. That's what matters. We have mules. Maru, he can mule. He's still making more Marines. He has an economy, and I cannot say the same for herO. I cannot say the same. Maru, he has longevity here with the army. He has medevacs. He can heal. He can sustain. Once again, he goes to the mineral line. Does focus on the probes. 2 probes left here for herO. The choke point is brutal, and Maru, he's doing it. He's done it. It came down to a handful of units here. 3 Marines in a order. He's crazy. That 1 Archon across the map. He's dying. Yeah, the Archon stripped of its shields. The micro, the control. The Archon goes down. And Maru, he barely does it. What are we recalling? We have 5 Zealots. Zealots, they try to rally in. Unfortunately here for herO, I mean, outside of just these medics in this army, there's an economy. That's what matters here. There are mules. There are mules, Patty. As CC's are landing, yep, mules as well. Maru, he will kill the final building. GG gets called, and Maru, he will claim the game just barely. He will take the series, and Team Maru, they come out victorious here in day 1 of GSL CK. GG. GG, well played, Team Maru. They do barely clutch it out here, went all the way to the Super Ace match, and even here in the final game, it could have gone either way. I'm still thinking about those two High Templar. If you remember, there were 4 High Templar in total that were back at home defending for herO. They pushed forward, and tank volleys were going off, and we saw, I want to say that herO even killed the High Templar himself. I'd have to look at the replay, but there was a storm at the ramp. If you remember, there was a storm at the ramp at the base, and then there was a storm on the top of the ramp as well. High Templar moved in, and I want to say 2 Templar were killed by friendly fire because of that storm. Either that or the tank volley went off, but regardless, those 2 High Templar were full of energy, and if we had those 2 extra storms defensively, that might have been enough to deal with that bio army in the main base. Without those storms, that bio army was the same army that survived until the end of the game, which eventually killed the third and crippled the economy and won it all for Maru. GG. GG, well played. But very chaotic, very intense. Congratulations here to Maru as it does claim the series just barely here over Team herO. And with that, Team Maru are victorious. GG, well played, congratulations. Maru, I believe, as we speak, is being interviewed by ByuN. I believe they're being interviewed in Korean. So if you want to check out the Korean interview, you can check it out over on ByuN's Soup channel. That is happening over on souplive.co.kr/ByuN, I believe. So you can check that out there. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. Do appreciate tuning in for the first time here as well. Again, we rarely cast here on Soup. We have casted before, like the Africa Champions Cup in the past, the qualifiers and the main events. Like, we have covered some events here before, but for the most part we are on other platforms, again mainly Korean content here over on Soup, but there is some room, of course, for some foreigner, some English coverage and some English language as well. So yeah, so with that, a big shout out to Soup for hosting the event, organizing the event. Big shout out to Intel for, of course, sponsoring the event as well and allowing for this event to even occur. Again, a unique kind of flavor of GSL, of course, typically a 1v1 format league, but here a team league instead, almost reminiscent of GSTL, right? I miss my GSTL, you know, watching you know, Azubu and Axiom and Startail and all those older teams facing off against each other in many years past. That's kind of when I first got into StarCraft, into like watching competitive StarCraft, at least live back in the day, was when Total Biscuit, you know, formed Axiom. They formed Axiom Acer, and they were playing GSTL. They were playing in GSTL back in 2013. Those are the good old days. The good old days, papi. This isn't quite GSTL, but you know, it's definitely a unique format and definitely has some kind of flavors of GSTL as well. You know, having those teams face off against each other, an online kind of format, of course, but regardless, it's great to see, and it was a lot of fun. Great to see the banter as well between the players, the dancing of the units. Este Solar, Este Classic. SMH my head. And of course, as a reminder, this is only day 1, right? I should emphasize that as well. This was GSL CK day 1 of 2. Second day is next week. Same time, same place, same channel, is going to be day 2 of the GSL CK. Now, what I'm not familiar with is whether or not they redraft. I don't know if we're going to be redrafting or keeping the same teams. We'll see. We'll find out when day 2 rolls around. We will see. Oh, but otherwise, with that, congratulations to Team Maru, and congratulations to Maru's team as well, as we can quickly switch our scenes over and catch up on the previous matches. Bam, as you can see, this was the Pro League format where we had Team Maru claiming the win here. herO beat Cure initially, then we had Solar, ByuN, SOS, and Creator able to win their own respective matches. We did not get to see Maru versus Rogue or Cure versus Nightmare because Team Maru did win 4-1 in the initial Pro League format. Then we had the all-kill format, and this is where Classic proved his worth. Classic was the ace player for Team herO, and initially we had a back and forth with ByuN, with Zaun. Sure, that was great and all, but then Classic went on a tear. It actually goes over the score that you're seeing here. Can actually, hold on, can I scroll down? Not quite. But Classic, he took down Maru, took down Creator, took down Solar, took down ByuN and Cure. Like, Classic took everyone down. He was a beast in the all-kill format, and he basically all-killed Team Maru, and that led into the final, bam, ace match. That led into the final best of 1, and as you can see here, Maru won over herO. GG. GG, well played. Very intense, very intense. Crazy game, and we'll see you guys next week. When it comes to Soup, at least, we'll see you guys next week for day 2 of the GSL CK. When it comes to the CranKy Ducklings, if you know anything about us, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. Bam! This is our weekly schedule. When it comes to StarCraft, we cost more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. When it comes to the content, when it comes to the quantity, we have the quantity, and we've got a little bit of the quality as well, as we cast all the StarCraft. You can see our schedule is a little bit lean in the center of the week, just because we wanted to focus on the GSL CK. So we just wrapped up with our Wednesday evening broadcast. We're going to be live tomorrow with the podcast. That's our weekly podcast talk show where we do discuss all things StarCraft and StarCraft adjacent news. We have StarCraft Evolution League on Friday. We have Code for Giants Cup Saturday, Sunday morning, and we have MSO and STC on Saturday and Sunday as well. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft on the horizon here. Again, we do cast StarCraft on a daily basis and at times multiple times a day as well. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. We were going to be having a morning broadcast. If you recall, we missed out on Pegasus Cup this morning. I do apologize. We did not cast Pegasus Cup. We'll be catching up via replays. Again, I want to just make sure that we were well rested for the GSL CK. And yeah, again, when it comes to VOD content, the VOD of this broadcast should be over here on Soup, and also should be on YouTube and other platforms as well when it comes to the VOD of said stream. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Again, we'll be back tomorrow with the podcast. What are we discussing this week during the podcast? Let's see. Let's have a look at our topics this week. What's been going on? Oh, all right. But there was a one momento. Outside of just tournament results, which there are plenty of, to be fair. I know that there was another AMA for the StarCraft miniatures game. True. There was an AMA. They also released like a tutorial of the StarCraft miniatures game, like how to play. So that just came out. We had confirmation of the Blizzard Cup. If you remember, the Blizzard Cup is going to be a BlizzCon event related to StarCraft. And they teased the team captains for the Blizzard Cup, similar to this event, I guess. And it did look like the silhouettes of Tastosis, Artosis and Dan, or Nick and Dan. And we have confirmation it is going to be Tastosis. Tastosis and Artosis, they're going to be the 2 team captains for the Blizzard Cup. Sorry, for the Blizzard Classic Cup over at BlizzCon. That'll be in September of this year. Other news was, of course, StarCraft Madness. We did also have more news regarding the Ladder Legends kind of platform as well. GSL CK. Oh, and also some TLMC maps. True. Some TLMC related content as well. So there's a lot to discuss, but regardless, with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the time being. All right, there was also there was also a French podcast, a Comeback TV podcast with Clem, I think. There's things to discuss there as well. There's a lot to get into. Jesus. There's a lot to catch up on. We'll be discussing that all tomorrow. I'll be all tomorrow. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the podcast, or next week for GSL, or as you can see here, any day of the week. We'll see casting StarCraft. As always, Papi, as always. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Do appreciate it. Miniatures game release announcement. Oh, there you go. True. It's coming out. Oh, but otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao. Bye, ciao. It's 2 a.m. in the morning here in Australia, by the way. It's 2 a.m. Back at 2 a.m. I'm gonna go pass out. I'm gonna get some rest, get some sleep, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego. Hasta luego. 안녕하세요. 감사합니다.